Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The air in the old house tasted of copper and cooked dust, a metallic tang that clung to the back of the throat. It was the smell of a forgotten penny on a railroad track, heated by a sun that had long since abandoned the room. Arabella stood in the doorway, her suitcase a forgotten weight at her side, and let the scent wash over her. It was not the smell of home, not the remembered fragrance of lemon polish and her mother's rose water. This was a new smell, an invasive species that had taken root in the carpets and the drapes, a scent that whispered of something hot and violent having recently gone cold. She had come back to Blackwater Bend for the girls. Two of them, 12 years old, vanished from a sun-dappled bike path and found 3 days later in the choked undergrowth of the Mirkwood, a place where children dared each other to go after dark. The state had sent detectives, but the town needed a story, and the Chronicle had sent her. A local girl made good, or at least made functional. They called it an assignment, but she knew it was a repatriation, a sentencing. The house was a Victorian monolith on Hemlock Avenue, its gingerbread trim peeling like sunburned skin. Inside, the silence was a physical presence, thick and velvety. Her mother, Macula, appeared at the top of the stairs, not as a person, but as a silhouette cut from the gloom. She descended slowly, each step a deliberate punctuation in the quiet. She did not embrace her daughter. She took Arabella's face in her hands, her grip cool and firm, and turned it slightly, inspecting her under the weak light of the chandelier. Her eyes were the color of a winter sky, clear and unforgiving. "You look tired, Arabella. The city life, I suppose. It drains the color from a person." Macula released her gaze sweeping over Arabella's rumpled coat, the faint shadows beneath her eyes. "Your room is as you left it. We don't change things here. It's a point of pride." The room was indeed a museum to her teenage anguish. The same faded floral wallpaper, the same white wicker desk where she had scribbled stories to escape the suffocating order of the household. From her window she could see the sprawling, neglected garden, and beyond it, the dark line of the Mirkwood. The woods seemed to watch the house, a patient, slaping beast. At dinner, the third member of the household revealed herself. Bonnie, her stepsister, moved with a languid, unsettling grace. She was a creature of contrasts, pale hair against a black velvet dress, a smile that was both shy and knowing. She served the food without a word, her movements economical, her eyes rarely meeting Arabella's. "Bonnie has been a great help," Macula said, slicing into a piece of roast chicken with surgical precision. "She understands the value of quiet, of order." "The girls," Arabella began, her voice too loud in the dining room's hush. "The ones they found, did you know them?" Macula set her knife and fork down. "This is a small town, Arabella. Everyone knows everyone. The Millers attended our church. The other one, the Henderson child, lived on the other side of the tracks, a messy situation. The detective in charge, a man from the city, seems to think their differences are important. He has been asking impertinent questions." Later in the deep of the night, Arabella lay in her childhood bed and listened to the sounds of the house. A floorboard creaked with a familiar complaint. From somewhere below, perhaps the kitchen, came the soft, rhythmic sound of someone sweeping in the dark. It was a sound she remembered from her youth, her mother's nocturnal compulsion for cleanliness, a battle against an invisible, encroaching dirt. The next morning, she met Detective Damien J. at the edge of the Mirkwood. He was a compact man with a weary intelligence in his eyes, his coat collar turned up against the damp. The air here was different, a broth of decaying leaves and wet earth, but beneath it, if you breathed deep enough, Arabella could still catch that faint, coppery ghost. "Your mother doesn't care for me," he said, not as an accusation, but a statement of fact. He led her to the site, a place marked by a tangle of police tape now bleached and brittle. "She believes I am stirring mud in a clear pond." "Is it clear?" "Nothing is clear here." He knelt, his fingers brushing the matted leaves. They were laid out side by side, not hidden, not really, just placed here. Their clothes were neat, their hair had been brushed. He looked up at her, his expression unreadable. There was no mess, except for the smell, that metallic smell like an electrical fire. It was all over them. Arabella felt a cold knot tighten in her stomach. She thought of the scent in the hallway of her mother's house. Cause of death. "The official report is pending. There were no obvious wounds. It's as if the life was just drawn out of them." He stood, wiping his hands on his trousers. "People in town are talking. They say the woods have always been bad. They talk about an old story, a woman who lived out here a long time ago. They call her the Sweeper." The name landed softly, a dust mote in a sunbeam, but it stuck to Arabella's skin. She remembered the sound from the night before, the soft, relentless swish of a broom in the dark. Her investigation became a dual excavation, one into the town's recent horror, the other into the layered sediment of her own past. She interviewed townspeople in dusty cafes and on front porches. They were polite, close-mouthed. They offered lemonade and platitudes, their eyes sliding away from hers whenever she mentioned the Sweeper or the specific, orderly nature of the girl's placement. They saw her as Mackless' daughter first, a journalist second. A part of the very structure they were conditioned not to question. Bonnie was her most frequent and most ambiguous companion. She would appear beside Arabella as she studied notes at the library or walk with her along the riverbank. She spoke in riddles and half-truths, her voice a low, melodic murmur. "Mother doesn't tea like you digging," Bonnie said one afternoon, tracing a pattern in the condensation on her iced tea glass. They were sitting on the back porch, watching the light fade over the garden. "She says you'll only upset people, that some stains are best left to settle." "They were children, Bonnie." I know. Bonnie's gaze was fixed on the Mirkwood. "Pretty things are so often disrupted. Don't you think it's why Mother prefers order? It's safer." She turned her unsettlingly clear eyes on Arabella. "You used to try and escape, didn't you? You run off into those woods. I remember Mother telling me. She'd have to go and bring you back. She said you were always covered in mud, your hair a tangle. She said it broke her heart to see you like that." A memory, sharp and sudden, pierced Arabella's mind. The feel of cold mud on her knees, the sting of brambles on her arms. The towering, terrifying figure of her mother emerging from the trees, not angry but deeply, chillingly disappointed. The shame that followed was worse than any punishment. The scrubbing in the bathtub until her skin was raw, the relentless combing of her hair. "We must be clean, Arabella. We must be presentable." Damien J. found her at the town's dusty archives, cross-referencing old news articles. He slid a faded photocopy toward her. It was a brief report from 40 years prior. The disappearance of a young woman, a recluse said to live in the Mirkwood. Her name was lost, but the article mentioned the only thing found in her cabin was a collection of brooms, each one meticulously crafted from different types of wood. "The Sweeper," Arabella whispered. "A story to scare children," Damien J. said, but his tone lacked conviction. "But killers often use local lore. It provides a framework, a disguise." The pieces began to align, not in a clear picture, but in a shifting pattern of shadows. The oppressive cleanliness of her mother's house, the brushed hair of the dead girls, the nocturnal sweeping, the story of a woman who lived in the woods and swept away what? Mess, disobedience, sin. The confrontation happened in the garden, under a sky-threatening rain. Makla was pruning rose bushes, her shears snipping with a definitive, metallic click. It was you, Arabella said, her voice trembling. The sweeper is just a story, but you used it. You took those girls, you cleaned them up. Makela did not stop her work. You have always had a dramatic imagination, Arabella. It is your greatest flaw. You see stories where there is only life, messy, inconvenient life. The smell, that burnt metallic smell, it was in the house the day I arrived. It is the smell of your cleaning solutions, the ones you mix in the basement. I found the bottles. It was on their bodies. A coincidence, snip, a perfect rose head fell to the earth. You couldn't stand it, could you? The Miller girl was from a good family, but she was wild, they said. A tomboy, always scraped knees. And the Henderson girl, she was messy in other ways. A loud, chaotic home. You saw them as stains, things that needed to be put right, to be made neat. Makela finally turned, her face a mask of serene contempt. I am a guardian of this town's moral hygiene, something you would never understand. You who wallows in the filth of the world and calls it journalism. Those girls were on a path to ruin. I simply redirected them, gave them a permanent, peaceful order. It was a kindness. The confession was so calm, so utterly devoid of remorse that it stole the air from Arabella's lungs. She saw not a monster, but a woman of profound and terrifying conviction. A woman who saw human flaw as a sin against the universe, to be corrected with absolute, murderous finality. From the shadows of the porch, Bonnie watched them, her expression unreadable. The climax was not a chase, but a terrible, still tableau. Damien J. had been listening, his car parked discreetly down the street. He arrested Makela there, among her pristine roses. She went quietly, her back straight, as if she were merely accepting an undeserved award. She looked at Arabella one last time. You see, now there will be a mess, a terrible public mess, and it will be your fault. In the weeks that followed, the town of Blackwater Bend tried to heal. The story of Makela, the Hemlock Avenue killer, was a national sensation. But for Arabella, there was no closure, only a deeper, more personal unraveling. She packed her bags, ready to leave the town and its ghosts behind. On her last morning, she found Bonnie in the garden, sitting on the very bench where their mother had been taken. Bonnie held a small, polished wooden box. "She left this for you," Bonnie said, her voice soft. "She said you'd know what to do with it." Arabella took the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a lock of honey-blonde hair. It was silky and fine. It was not the hair of the Miller girl or the Henderson girl. It was older. A memory long buried surged to the surface. A childhood friend, a girl from the wrong side of the tracks who had been kind to her. A girl who had disappeared one summer. The official story was that she had run away. Her name was Lily. Bonnie watched her, and in her eyes Arabella saw not malice, but a deep, complicit understanding. "She always did like things to be neat," Bonnie murmured. "She couldn't abide your attachments, your messy little friendships." Arabella dropped the box as if it had burned her. The lock of hair coiled on the damp ground like a pale serpent. She looked at Bonnie, truly looked at her, and saw not a fellow victim, but an apprentice. A quiet, willing participant in the maintenance of a terrible, suffocating order. The sweeping in the night, the knowing glances, the way she had always seemed to be hovering at the edge of the darkness, a part of it. Arabella fled the house on Hemlock Avenue for the last time, the taste of copper and dust forever on her tongue. She drove away from Blackwater Bend, but she knew she would never truly escape. The mystery was not solved. It had simply grown new, more intimate roots. It was not one killer, but a legacy, a sickness of the soul passed down like fine china. And in the quiet hum of her city apartment, miles and years away, she would sometimes wake in the deep of the night, her heart pounding, convinced she could hear it, the soft, rhythmic, hypnotic sound of a broom sweeping, sweeping across a floor that could never be made clean. The city was a fortress of noise, a deliberate assault of sirens and shouting and the constant, low thrum of a million lives colliding. Arabella leaned her forehead against the cool glass of her apartment window, trying to anchor herself in the chaos. It was a shield, she told herself. It was the opposite of that suffocating, velvety silence, but the noise was just a different kind of emptiness. She went back to work. She wrote about political scandals and corporate malfeasance, stories with clear villains and if not happy endings, then at least definitive ones. Her prose was sharp, celebrated, and utterly hollow. Her editor praised her new, colder edge. He didn't know it was the chill of a permanent winter that had settled in her bones. She avoided relationships. The messy entanglement of another person's life, their habits, their emotional clutter, felt like an invitation to disaster. She kept her apartment sterile, a monument to minimalism. No photos, no knickknacks, no trace of a personal history. Sometimes she would clean for hours, scrubbing surfaces that were already spotless, the chemical tang of the cleaners a poor imitation of that other, more potent scent. She understood her mother's compulsion now, not as an act of love, but as a frantic defense against the creeping entropy of being alive. A year passed, then two. The story faded from the headlines, replaced by fresher horrors. But the lock of Lily's hair was a splinter in her mind, festering. She had been so focused on the recent girls, on the monster her mother had become, that she had failed to see the deeper, older pattern. Her investigation had been a shallow dig, and she had fled just as her shovel hit the first bone. One rainy Tuesday, a plain manila envelope arrived at her office with no return address. Inside was a single, aged photograph. It showed two girls, arms slung around each other's shoulders, grinning gap-toothed smiles. One was Arabella, her hair a wild tangle. The other was Lily, her honey blonde hair catching the sun. They were both covered in mud, standing at the edge of the Mirkwood. On the back, in a familiar, looping script, were the words, "You left something behind." It was Bonnie's handwriting. The photograph was a key, turning a lock deep inside her. The fear was still there, a live wire in her chest, but it was now joined by a colder, more determined fury. She had been running from a ghost, but Bonnie was not a ghost. She was a woman, sitting in a house on Hemlock Avenue, tending a poisonous garden. Arabella didn't quit her job, she didn't pack a bag. She simply got in her car and began to drive. She was not returning to Blackwater Bend as a prodigal daughter or a traumatized victim. She was going back as a journalist, finally ready to finish the story. She was going to dig up every last root of the thing, no matter how deep they went, no matter what ugly, wriggling truth she unearthed. This time, when she pulled up to the Victorian monolith on Hemlock Avenue, the house did not look like a sleeping beast. It looked like a waiting one. The gingerbread trim seemed less like peeling skin and more like bared teeth. The garden was even more meticulously kept, a vibrant, cruel parody of life. She didn't knock, she turned the knob and walked inside. The air was different. The copper dust smell was gone, replaced by the cloying sweetness of lilies, their perfume so thick it was almost solid. Bonnie was in the parlor, sitting in their mother's favorite wingback chair. She was wearing another black dress, her pale hair flowing over her shoulders. She looked like a queen who had finally inherited her throne. "I wondered when you'd come back," Bonnie said, her voice still that low, melodic murmur. She didn't seem surprised. "It's your turn, after all." "My turn for what?" Arabella asked, her own voice steady, a stark contrast to the tremor she felt inside. Bonnie smiled, a slow, knowing curve of her lips. "To take up the broom, of course. Mother's work isn't finished. It never is. The town is still so messy. And you finally understand why it has to be done, don't you? You've seen the mess out there. You've been wading through it for years." Arabella stared at her stepsister, at the serene certainty in her eyes, and she understood the true horror. It wasn't just a legacy, it was an inheritance, and Bonnie was waiting to see if she would accept it. The sweeping wasn't just a sound in the night anymore, it was an invitation. The silence in the parlor was a physical presence, thick with the scent of lilies and unspoken truths. Arabella did not move. She let Bonnie's words hang in the air, watching her, studying the fanatic-esque calm in her posture. This was not the frightened girl she had once pitied. This was the true successor, groomed and perfected. "You think I am here to join you?" Arabella's voice was quiet, but it cut through the perfumed air. "You think I understand?" "Don't you?" Bonnie tilted her head, a gesture that was both innocent and deeply cunning. You spent your whole life fighting against Mother S order, but you've created your own haven TU, that sterile apartment, the way you scrub your own history clean. You are her daughter in more ways than you care to admit. You just lack the conviction to finish the work. Arabella took a step further into the room, her eyes scanning the familiar space. It was exactly as her mother had left it, a museum of oppressive perfection. Where is she? Mother, she found her own peace, a final, permanent order. She took it in her cell a month ago, a pill she de-saved. She left a note for me. It simply said, "The house is yours, keep it clean." Bonnie's gaze was unwavering. She knew you wouldn't be ready, but I have faith. You just need to remember. Remember what? What happens to messy things? Bonnie stood and glided to the mantelpiece, picking up a small, framed photograph Arabella hadn't noticed. It was of the two of them as teenagers, a forced, formal portrait. Bonnie's hand was resting on Arabella's shoulder, but her fingers were curled, not quite touching her skin. You loved Lily, didn't you? Her laughter was so loud. Her clothes were always stained. She was a beautiful, chaotic little stain, and Mother cleaned her up for you. To protect you from that influence. A cold, pure rage began to burn in Arabella's chest, cutting through the fear. This was the core of it, this twisted, maternal logic that equated love with eradication. She murdered a child, and you helped her. I learned from her, Bonnie corrected softly. I observed, I saw the profound peace she could bring. The Henderson girl, she cried so much. Her life was a torrent of tears. But when we were done, she was so quiet, so still. It was a blessing. Arabella's hand tightened around the keys in her pocket. This was not a confession to be drawn out. It was a sermon. Bonnie was not trying to hide anything. She was proud. She was waiting for a convert. And the others, the ones before Lily, how far back does this blessing go? Bonnie's smile was beatific. The sweeper is an old story for a reason. Mother was not the first. She learned from her own mother, your grandmother. It is a calling, Arabella. A sacred duty passed down through the women of this family to prune the town's wild growth, to maintain the balance. The revelation landed with the force of a physical blow. It wasn't just her mother, it was a lineage. A matriarchal line of killers stretching back generations, hiding in plain sight, their pathology disguised as civic virtue. The locked box, the hair, the photograph, it wasn't just Bonnie taunting her. It was an induction, a test. I am not here to join the family business, Bonnie, Arabella said, her voice low and steady. I am here to end it. For the first time, a flicker of genuine emotion crossed Bonnie's face, not anger, but a profound and pitying disappointment. Oh, Arabella, you can sweep the dust under the rug, but it is still in the house. You are part of this house. Your name is on the deed. Your blood is in the foundation. From the hallway, a floorboard creaked. Arabella turned. Detective Damien J. stood in the doorway, his face grim. He wasn't looking at her. His eyes were fixed on Bonnie. I heard enough, he said, his voice rough. Bonnie Sewell, you lay under arrest for the murders of... He never finished the sentence. Bonnie didn't flinch, didn't protest. She simply looked at Arabella, her expression one of serene triumph. You see, you called the authorities, you lay making a mess. It is what you do, it is who you are. She held out her wrists, a gesture of mocking submission as Damien J. approached. As he led her away, Bonnie paused at the threshold and looked back. The house is yours now, sister. You can try to burn it down, but you'll just be clearing the land for something new to grow, and you'll have to decide what that is. Then she was gone, leaving Arabella alone in the suffocating silence of the parlor. The deed, the blood, the foundation, Bonnie's words echoed in the stillness. She walked to the window and watched as Damien J. put Bonnie in the back of his car. The town of Blackwater Bend would have another scandal, another trial, but they wouldn't get the whole truth. They wouldn't get the story of the grandmother or the generations of sweepers. That story was hers alone, And as she stood in the heart of the house on Hemlock Avenue, she knew Bonnie was right. She couldn't just leave. She owned this. Every splinter, every ghost, every particle of dust. Ending it wasn't about walking away. It was about staying. It was about digging up the foundation and exposing every last rotten thing to the light. The sweeping had stopped. The excavation was just beginning. The first thing she did was call a contractor, not for renovations, but for demolition. She met him in the foyer, a burly man named Ed who whistled as he looked up the grand staircase. "Fine place," he said. "What exactly did you have in mind?" "I want to tear out the basement," Arabella said, her voice echoing in the hollow space. "Every last stone, and I want you to save anything you find, anything at all." Ed shrugged, used to the strange requests of those who inherited old houses. "You're the boss." She didn't stay to watch. She took a room at the Blackwater Inn, the same one she'd used before, and began her real work. The town record's office was her new haunt. She requested deeds, birth certificates, death certificates, old newspaper archives. She was no longer looking for a single killer. She was tracing a bloodline. The story of the sweeper was a palimpsest, each generation writing over the horrors of the last. Her grandmother, Alina, had been a pillar of the church, famous for her charity work with wayward girls. 3 such girls had disappeared during her tenure, all written off as runaways. Her great-grandmother, Constance, had overseen the town's first sanitation committee. A smallpox outbreak had been suspiciously contained to the unruly shanty town on the river's edge, which was later burned to the ground for hygiene reasons. The pattern was sickeningly clear. They didn't just kill, they sanitized history, removing inconvenient people under the guise of civic duty or divine will. They were not monsters hiding in the dark. They were the town's self-appointed curators, weeding the human garden. Weeks later, Ed called. His voice was uncharacteristically quiet. "Miss Sewell, you'd better come down here. We found something in the basement wall." She drove to Hemlock Avenue, her heart a cold, hard knot in her chest. The basement was a cavern of exposed earth and shattered stone. In a hollow space behind where the old coal chute had been, laid neatly in a row, were 7 small, carefully bundled parcels. Each was wrapped in oilcloth and tied with a faded ribbon. Arabella didn't need to open them, she knew. These were not the recent victims. These were the foundational sins, the first cuttings. She called Damien J. His face was ashen as he surveyed the scene. "My God," he breathed, "how far back does this go?" "Generations," Arabella said, her voice flat. "It's a family tradition." The subsequent investigation was a quiet, grim affair. The town, reeling from the second arrest in the Sewell family, seemed to shrink in on itself, ashamed and horrified by the rot festering at its most respectable address. The parcels were left undisturbed, the whole site treated as a single mass grave. Arabella sold the house. The buyer was a developer who planned to raze it and build something modern, something with no history. She didn't care. The money was irrelevant. On the day she was set to leave for the final time, she drove not to the town limits, but to the edge of the Mirkwood. She carried a small, simple box made of untreated pine. Inside were the few personal effects she had of lilies, the photograph, a tarnished friendship bracelet, and a single, smooth stone they had found together one summer afternoon. She walked into the woods until the sunlight was dappled and the sounds of the town faded away. She found a quiet clearing where the air was clean and the only mess was that of nature, glorious and untamed. She buried the box there, saying a quiet, final goodbye to the friend her family had stolen from the world. As she turned to leave, she saw a single, wild rose growing at the edge of the clearing, its petals a vibrant, untamed red. It was crooked and tangled among the brambles, imperfect and beautiful. She did not prune it. She did not straighten it. She let it be. Arabella got into her car and drove away from Blackwater Bend. She was not the same woman who had fled before. The fear was still a part of her, but it was no longer in control. She had looked into the abyss of her own bloodline and had chosen to fill it with light. The sweeping was over. The silence was just silence. And for the first time in her life, the quiet felt like peace, not a prelude to terror. The city welcomed her back with its usual indifferent roar. Her apartment felt different now, not a sterile fortress, but a simple, empty space waiting to be filled. She did not rush to scrub it clean. She left a coffee cup in the sink overnight. She bought a potted plant with sprawling, slightly unruly leaves and placed it on the windowsill. She returned to her desk at the newspaper, but the political scandals and corporate crimes felt like children's games. She had stared into the heart of a true, enduring darkness, and it had recalibrated her sense of scale. After a month, she quietly resigned. Her editor was baffled, offering more money, more prominent assignments. She declined. The colder edge he had praised had finally thawed, replaced by a resolve that was warm and solid. She began to write a different kind of story, not for a daily paper, but for herself in a small notebook with a plain black cover. She started not with the crimes, but with the girls. Lily with her honey blonde hair and muddy knees, the Henderson girl who cried too much, the 7 unnamed souls from the basement wall. She researched the runaways from her grandmother's time, giving them back their names, their stories, their right to be remembered as more than stains to be claimed. It was slow, painful work. Some nights she woke gasping, the phantom scent of lilies choking her, but she would get up, make tea, and return to the notebook. She was not running from the sound anymore. She was answering it with her own voice, a steady, persistent counter-rhythm to the sweeping. A year after she left Blackwater Bend for the last time, a package arrived. It was from Damien J. Inside was a simple, sealed evidence bag containing a single yellowed page torn from a diary. The handwriting was her mother's, but younger, less controlled. It read, "The weight is unbearable. Mother says it is a privilege to carry the burden to keep the world from spinning into chaos. But the girl today, she had Lily's laugh. I almost couldn't go through with it, but the broom is in my hand. The mess must be cleaned. It is my duty. It is my curse." Arabella held the page, her hands steady. It was not an excuse. It was a confession of a different kind, a glimpse of the weak link in the chain, the woman who might have broken if the poison hadn't been passed down so effectively to Bonnie. She placed the page in her notebook. It was part of the story, a crucial piece of the pattern. She understood now that evil was not always a roaring monster. Sometimes it was a quiet, dutiful whisper passed from mother to daughter, a twisted heirloom of obligation. And the only way to break the chain was to refuse the inheritance, to create a new legacy, not of order, but of truth. She finished the book. She called it The Sweeper's Daughter. It was not a story with a clear villain and a definitive ending. It was a chronicle of a sickness, a memorial for the lost, and a confession of her own complicity by silence. When it was published, the reviews were mixed. Some found it too unsettling, too ambiguous. But the letters that mattered came from people who read it and felt less alone with their own family secrets, their own inherited traumas. Arabella never moved back to a small town. The quiet there was still too loaded. But in her city apartment, with the unruly plant on her windowsill and the black notebook on her shelf, she found a different kind of order. It was not the brutal, imposed order of the broom, but a fragile, chosen order built on the acceptance of mess, of history, of complexity. And in that acceptance, she finally found a home. The letters became a tide, then a river she could not ignore. They were not fan mail, not exactly. They were testimonies, whispered across the miles from strangers who recognized the shape of the monster she had described. A woman from a mining town wrote of her gray tant, the town's respected midwife, who was whispered to have eased sickly babies into the next world. A man confessed his fear that his own mother's fastidiousness, her need to bleach every surface, was a ghost of something darker she had witnessed as a child. Arabella began to answer them. She spent her days at a small desk in a sunlit corner of her apartment, her correspondence becoming a new, quiet purpose. She did not offer advice or solutions. She simply listened, and in her responses, she validated their fears, their fractured histories. She was building an archive of the unspoken, a nation of survivors from poisonous lineages. One letter was different. It was from a sister Agnes Marie of the St. Brigid's convent 2 states over. Her handwriting was a precise, spidery script on thick, cream-colored paper. She did not share a personal story. Instead, she wrote that she had read Arabella's book and believed their paths were meant to cross. She invited Arabella to visit, stating simply, "I have something that belongs to your family. It has been waiting for you." The letter should have felt like a trap, a hook baited with mystery. But as Arabella held the paper, she felt no dread, only a deep, resonant pull, like a plumb line finding its center. She wrote back, accepting the invitation. The convent was a serene collection of stone buildings nestled in rolling green hills. Sister Agnes Marie was a small, elderly woman with eyes the color of a winter sky and a handshake that was surprisingly firm. She led Arabella to a small, Spartan study, the walls lined with books of theology and history. "Your grandmother, Alina," the sister began without preamble. "She came here once when she was a young woman, not much older than you are now. She was troubled. She spoke of a burden, a duty that was crushing her spirit. She begged for sanctuary." Sister Agnes Maria's gaze was direct and unflinching. "She stayed for 3 months. We thought we had shown her a different path, one of true grace, not the brutal order she described. But her mother, Constance, came for her. She was a formidable woman. She said the family's work was a divine calling, that the world's chaos required a strong hand. Alina left with her. She wrote to me once, a few years later. The letter was full of the language her mother used. The poison had taken root again." The sister stood and went to an old wooden chest in the corner. She unlocked it with a key from a chain around her neck and lifted out a small, cloth-wrapped bundle. "When she first arrived, she gave this to me for safekeeping. She said it was the source of the family's resolve. She begged me to hide it from her mother. After she left, I could not bring myself to destroy it. I felt it was a part of her story that deserved to be preserved, the part that fought back." She handed the bundle to Arabella. It was heavy for its size. Arabella unwrapped the coarse linen, her fingers trembling only slightly. Inside was a book, bound in dark, age-stained leather. It was not a printed book, but a handwritten journal. The script was an old-fashioned, looping hand, and on the first page a name was inscribed in faded ink, Prudence Sewell, 1842. Arabella looked up at the sister, her throat tight. "The first." Sister Agnes Marie nodded. "I believe so. The first to write it down. I have never read it. It was not my story to know, but I think it is yours." Arabella clutched the journal to her chest. It felt not like a weight, but like a key. This was not another piece of evidence for the police or a revelation for the public. This was the origin point. She had spent years exhuming the bodies. Now she held the seed from which the entire, terrible tree had grown. She thanked the sister, her words feeling inadequate for the magnitude of the gift. As she drove away from the peaceful hills, the journal lay on the passenger seat beside her. She did not open it immediately. She was not afraid of what she would find, but she understood that reading it would be a ritual. It required a specific time, a specific space. That night in her apartment, with the city lights twinkling like distant stars outside her window, she opened Prudence Sewell's journal. The first entry spoke of the wilderness, of the struggle to build a life in a raw, new town. It spoke of fear of the unruly forest, of the wild people, of the chaos that threatened to swallow their fragile civilization. And it spoke of a revelation, a divine mandate to clear the land in every sense, to purge the weak, the sinful, the different, to create a pure and orderly garden for the righteous. The words were fervent, zealous, and terrifyingly sane in their own internal logic. Arabella read deep into the night, tracing the birth of the sickness not as a secret shame, but as a proud, fervent creed. She saw the exact moment where vigilance became vendetta, where order became murder. She did not finish it. She closed the cover and placed it on the shelf next to her own black notebook. They stood side by side, two bookends of a century-long nightmare, one detailing its creation, the other its unraveling. The work was not over, it might never be over, but as she looked at the two volumes, she understood that her inheritance was not the broom, it was the story, and she would carry it not as a curse, but as a warning, a testament, a long, quiet answer to the sweeping in the dark, The following week, she received a call from Damien J. Bonnie had been formally charged for the murders of Lily and the Henderson girl, the evidence against her overwhelming. The trial would be a spectacle, but Arabella knew she would not be called to testify. Her part in that particular drama was over. Damien J.'s voice was hesitant as he asked, "Did you ever find what you were looking for? Peace, I mean." Arabella looked at the 2 notebooks on her shelf. "I found something better," she said. "I found the truth, and I am learning to carry it." She began a new project, a series of public lectures and writing workshops focused not on true crime, but on genealogical trauma. She taught people how to look at their own family trees not with fear, but with clear-eyed curiosity, to identify the patterns of silence and the stories buried by shame. She never mentioned the Sewells by name, but the shadow of her own history gave a profound weight to her words. She became a guide for others navigating their own haunted houses. One evening, after a talk at a community center, a young woman approached her. She couldn't have been older than 20, her hands nervously twisting the strap of her bag. "My last name is Sewell," she whispered, her eyes wide with a familiar dread. "My great-grandfather was from Blackwater Bend. I read your book. I am so scared." Arabella's heart ached for her, this distant cousin who shared her blood and her fear. She placed a gentle hand on the girl's arm. "The broom is not in your hand," she said, her voice firm yet kind. "You get to choose what you carry. The fear is a part of it, but it doesn't have to be the whole story." She spent an hour with the girl, not as a therapist, but as a relative. They did not speak of murder, but of breaking cycles, of choosing different heirlooms. When the girl left, there was still anxiety in her posture, but there was also a new, fragile hope in her eyes. That night, Arabella dreamed of the wild rose in the Mirkwood. In the dream, it was not alone. The clearing was filled with them, a tangled, beautiful, chaotic garden of red blooms growing freely among the bones of the past. There was no broom in sight. She woke with a sense of profound calm. The excavation was complete. She had dug down to the very bedrock of the curse and had planted a new seed there. The work of her life would be to tend that garden, to let the wild, beautiful, and imperfect things grow in the sunlight, forever pushing back against the shadow of the broom. The silence in her apartment was no longer empty. It was full of potential, waiting for the next word, the next story, the next chosen, messy, and glorious day. The young Sewell cousin started writing to her. Her name was Clara. Her letters were full of the small, painful recognitions of a poisonous legacy, her own mother's obsessive control over the family's appearance, a grandfather's casual cruelty dismissed as just his way. Arabella wrote back, her words a steady anchor in the storm of Clara's fear. They became a correspondence of healing, a new thread woven into the family tapestry, one of honesty and support. A year after their meeting, Clara sent a photograph. It was of a small, thriving vegetable garden in her backyard. The soil was terrible at first, she wrote, full of rocks and old, dead roots. "I've been working to clear it, not to make it perfect, but to make it grow something new." Arabella framed the picture and placed it on her desk. It was the most important review her work would ever receive. She continued her lectures, her workshops, her quiet correspondence. The world moved on. Blackwater Bend became a footnote in the true crime section, a cautionary tale. But for Arabella, it was a living, breathing part of her, not as a wound, but as a source of strength. She had stared into the heart of her inheritance and had refused it. In that refusal, she had found not just peace, but a purpose that was entirely her own. One autumn afternoon, as golden light streamed through her window, she took down the 2 notebooks, Prudence's and her own. She opened them both on her desk. She did not read them. She simply let them lie there, the old, fervent script beside her own clear, modern hand. They were no longer opposing forces, but parts of a whole. The crime and the reckoning, the curse and the cure. She closed them, returning them to their place on the shelf. Then she picked up a pen and a fresh, empty notebook. She did not know what she would write in it. A novel, perhaps, or a book about gardens, or maybe just her own thoughts day by day. The story was no longer about the past. It was about whatever came next. And for the first time, the blank page did not feel like a void to be filled with perfect order, but a field of limitless, beautiful possibility. The first sentence she wrote in the new notebook was simple. Today, the light through the window is the color of honey. There was no pressure for it to be profound, no need for it to be part of a larger, sweeping narrative. It was just an observation, a moment captured for its own sake. This, she realized, was the heart of her new order. It was not built on the absence of mess, but on the presence of small, authentic things. She thought of Clara often, of the garden she was nurturing from stubborn soil. Arabella decided to start one of her own. Her city apartment had only a small, wrought iron balcony, but it faced the south and was bathed in sunlight for most of the day. She went to a nursery and bought terracotta pots, bags of rich soil, and a collection of seeds. She chose herbs mostly basil, thyme, mint for their practical, fragrant usefulness. But in a small, separate pot, she planted a single, climbing rose, a variety known for its resilience and deep crimson blooms. The act of pressing the seeds into the dark earth felt like a sacrament. It was the opposite of burying. It was an act of faith in a future she would not control. She watered them carefully, watching for the first green shoots to break through. When they did, it felt like a quiet victory. Her life settled into a new rhythm, one dictated not by deadlines or dread, but by small, chosen rituals. The morning coffee, the tending of her balcony garden, the letters to Clara and others. She still woke sometimes in the deep of night, her heart pounding with a ghost of a memory, but the feeling would pass more quickly now. She would get up, check on her seedlings in the moonlight, and the simple, living reality of them would ground her once more. She was in a bookstore one afternoon, looking for a volume on perennial flowers when she saw him. He was across the aisle in the history section, his back to her, but she recognized the set of his shoulders, the slight wave in his dark hair. It was Damien J. Her breath caught not in fear, but in a sudden, sharp awareness of the passage of time. He turned, as if feeling her gaze, and his eyes met hers. For a moment they simply looked at each other, two people bound by a terrible, intimate knowledge. He walked over, a small, cautious smile on his face. Arabella. Damien J., she found her voice was steady. It's good to see you. They went to a small cafe next to the bookstore. The conversation was awkward at first, filled with the unspoken weight of all that had happened. He told her about the trial. Bonnie had been sentenced to life in prison, showing no remorse, her composure in the courtroom as chilling as ever. The town of Blackwater Bend was trying to move on, though a certain darkness would always cling to its name. "And you," he asked finally, stirring his coffee. "You look well." "I am," she said, and meant it. She told him a little about her work, about the lectures and the letters, about the quiet life she had built. She did not mention the journals or the convent. Some parts of the story were hers alone to carry. He listened intently, and when she finished, he nodded. "I'm glad. I always hoped you'd find your way out of the woods." "I had a good guide for part of the way," she said softly. They parted on the sidewalk with a promise to keep in touch, a promise they both knew might not be kept. Their connection was a bridge across a chasm, necessary for the crossing, but not meant for constant travel. As she watched him walk away, she felt no pull of what might have been, only a sense of gratitude for his role in her journey. That night on her balcony, she deadheaded the spent blooms from her basil plant and breathed in the sharp, clean scent. The city hummed around her, a vast, complex ecosystem of millions of stories. Hers was just one among them now, no longer a scream in the silence, but a single, steady voice in the chorus. She looked at her hands, clean of dirt and blood, capable of holding both a pen and a trowel. The sweeping was a distant echo, a story she had told and would not need to tell again. The garden, however, needed daily care, and she was finally, fully ready to tend it. The rose on her balcony was the first to bloom. A single perfect, velvety red flower unfurled one morning, its petals holding the dew like tiny jewels. Arabella did not cut it. She let it live its brief, beautiful life, watching it open wider each day until a week later, the petals began to loosen and fall, scattering like crimson confetti on the balcony floor. She swept them up, not with the brutal efficiency of the broom from her dreams, but with a soft bristled hand brush, and returned them to the soil in the pot. A cycle, not an eradication. Clara sent another letter. She was starting college, majoring in botany. She wanted to understand the science of growth, of how life could be coaxed from even the most damaged earth. She included a pressed flower from her garden, a small blue forget-me-not. Arabella smiled, tucking it between the pages of her new notebook, next to her observation about the honey-colored light. It was becoming a scrapbook of the present, a collection of small, good things. The past, however, was not entirely done with its whispers. One of her regular correspondents, an elderly man from a decaying industrial city, wrote to her about his father, a foreman at a factory that had poisoned the local river for decades. His father had never spoken of it, had in fact vehemently defended the company until his dying day. The man wrote, "I think he knew. I think he had to build a wall inside himself to live with what he had done. Reading your work, I realize I inherited that wall. The silence is the real poison, isn't it?" Arabella wrote back, agreeing. She found herself thinking of Prudence Sewell not as a monster, but as a woman who had also built a wall, a fortress of divine justification to shield herself from the horror of her own actions. The wall had been passed down, stone by heavy stone, through the generations. Her own mother had died maintaining it. Arabella's work was the careful, patient dismantling. She was invited to speak at a university, not the sociology or criminology department, but the School of Environmental Science. They asked her to talk about the psychology of ecological denial, the stories communities tell themselves to ignore the poison in their soil, their water, their air. She stood at the podium, looking out at the bright, earnest faces of students who would one day be tasked with cleaning up the messes of previous generations. She did not mention her family. Instead, she spoke of the universal human capacity for willful blindness and the even greater capacity for clear-eyed courage. She spoke of the need to listen to the whispers before they became screams. After the talk, a professor approached her, a woman with kind eyes and a firm handshake. "You speak about inherited trauma with a specificity I've never heard," she said. "It's as if you've held the original sin in your hands." Arabella simply nodded, a silent acknowledgement of the truth that needed no elaboration. The professor invited her to collaborate on a future symposium, and Arabella agreed, feeling the boundaries of her purpose expanding yet again. The poison took many forms. The antidote was always truth. At winter, a heavy snow fell, blanketing the city in a deep, muffling quiet. Arabella sat in her warm apartment, her balcony garden dormant under a white shroud. She made a cup of tea, and for the first time in months, she took down Prudence's journal. She turned to a page near the end, an entry written in a shakier hand. Prudence wrote of a dream she had of a wild rose blooming in the heart of a cleared field, a single spot of defiant color that no amount of pulling or burning could eradicate. She had woken in a cold fury, the journal entry itself an attempt to reassert her control, to condemn the rose's stubbornness as a sin. But reading it now, Arabella saw the crack in the wall. Prudence had seen the beauty and had been terrified by it. Arabella closed the book. She did not feel pity for Prudence, but she felt a new understanding. The battle was not between good and evil, but between control and life, between the sterile order of the broom and the messy, persistent, and beautiful chaos of the growing world. When the snow melted, revealing the earth once more, she saw that her rose bush had survived, its bare stems holding the promise of spring. She knew then that her work in all its forms was simply this, to be a witness to the resilience of things, to nurture the roses wherever she found them, and to trust that the garden, in all its wild and imperfect glory, was more than enough to fill the silence. Story 2. The wind came down from the hills first, a long, low sigh through the pines that surrounded the house. It was a sound that had been there for a century, maybe more, a constant whisper against the clapboard and stone, but tonight it was different. It found a new note, a higher pitch, as it whistled through a gap that had not been there yesterday, a fresh, splintered wound in the frame of the library's French door. The wind carried the scent of rain-soaked earth and something else, something metallic and faint, a scent that made the back of my throat tighten. It was the smell of a lock forced, of a peace broken. I had come to Blackwater House for the summer, a rental that seemed too grand, too steeped in quiet history for a woman of my age and solitary habits. But my brother's children, adrift and needing an anchor, had seemed like a good reason to fill the echoing rooms. They were a collection of sharp angles and soft resentments, my nieces and nephews and their assorted friends, a flock of beautiful, restless birds who had descended upon this gilded cage. And then there was Harry. Harry, who was not family but felt like he should have been, with his easy laugh and his pockets full of secrets. He was the sun around which their little planets orbited, a man who collected loyalty and debt with equal charm. The first week was a dream of long, lazy afternoons. The sun would slice through the tall windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air like gold leaf. The house was a character itself, all dark wood and faded velvet, its floors groaning underfoot with the weight of forgotten footsteps. I would spend hours tracing the patterns in the wallpaper, faded bouquets of roses that seemed to wilt before my eyes, or running my fingers over the cool, smooth banister of the main staircase, feeling the tiny, almost imperceptible nicks left by generations of hands. Then the noises began, not the ordinary complaints of an old house, but something else. A scratching from within the walls, not the scuttling of mice, but slower, more deliberate, like a fingernail being dragged along the lath and plaster. It would come late after midnight when the only light was the moon filtering through the tall windows, painting silver bars on the oriental rugs. I'd lie in my vast bed, the linen sheets cool against my skin, and listen. There were footsteps, too. Not the heavy tread of the caretaker, Mr. Albright, or the light, quick steps of the maid, Clara. These were hesitant, a slow, searching pace in the hallway outside my door, pausing as if listening, just as I was listening. I mentioned it once at breakfast. The table was a lake of polished mahogany, laden with silver and porcelain. The young ones, Lydia and her brother Theo, their faces still soft with sleep, exchanged a glance that was too quick, too knowing. Their friend, the intense and brooding Abel, merely stared into his black coffee, his knuckles white around the cup. Harry just laughed, a sound that was meant to be reassuring but felt thin, stretched over a void. "It's just the house settling, Alex," he said, his eyes not quite meeting mine. "These old places have more memories than people. They talk in their sleep." But the house was not just talking, it was waking up. The first true disappearance was small. A letter opener from the desk in the study, a heavy, ugly thing with an eagle S-head handle. Then it was a photograph from a silver frame, a picture of the original family who had built this place. Their stern faces vanished, leaving only a faint, rectangular ghost on the velvet backing. The children dismissed it as misplacement, but I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. The intrusions were becoming personal. The house was not just haunted, it was being pilfered. The air grew thick with unspoken things. Passions simmered just beneath the surface of polite conversation. I saw Lydia's gaze linger too long on Harry, a hungry, desperate look. I saw the way Theo watched Abel with a mixture of admiration and fear. And I saw the way Abel watched everyone, his eyes calculating, missing nothing. He was a man of quiet ambition, always on the phone in the library, his voice a low, urgent murmur about investments, about mergers, about a man named Ezra who held the strings to some vast financial puppet show. The rain started on the night Harry died. It was a relentless, drumming downpour that lashed against the windows and turned the world into a blur of gray and green. We had gathered after dinner in the great room, the fire casting long, dancing shadows that leapt across the bookshelves. The conversation was stilted, strained. Harry was uncharacteristically quiet, nursing a glass of amber whiskey, his face pale. He kept glancing toward the window, as if expecting someone. "Ezra is coming tomorrow," Abel said, breaking the silence. His voice was flat, a statement of fact that carried the weight of a verdict. Harry flinched, just a tiny spasm in his jaw. "Let him come." Nothing more was said. The tension was a physical presence in the room, a cold spot that the fire could not warm. Later, as the clock in the hall chimed 2, I was pulled from a fitful sleep by a sound that was not the rain. It was a thud, heavy and final, like a sack of grain dropped from a great height. Then silence, broken only by the relentless hiss of the storm. I rose, my heart a frantic bird against my ribs. The hallway was a tunnel of darkness. The air was cold and carried the damp, earthy smell of the storm, but underneath it was that metallic scent again, stronger now, coppery and thick. I didn't need to turn on the light. A sliver of illumination bled from under the library door. I pushed it open. The room was a wreck. A chair was overturned. Books were scattered across the floor like fallen birds. And there in the center of the Persian rug lay Harry. He was on his back, his eyes open and staring at the molded ceiling, seeing nothing. The handle of the missing eagle-headed letter opener protruded from his chest, a dark, grotesque ornament. The rug around him was a deeper shade of crimson, drinking the light from the single desk lamp that was still on. The wind howled outside, a mournful chorus to the stillness in the room. The local police were exactly as one would expect. Chief Morrison was a large man with a tired face and a manner that suggested he preferred his mysteries to be simple. He took statements, his deputy scribbling in a notebook. They moved through the house like clumsy ghosts, their heavy boots tracking mud on the fine rugs. They asked their questions, but their eyes were vacant. To them, it was a domestic tragedy, a falling out among the wealthy and privileged. They took the letter opener, dusted for prints, and spoke in low, official tones. They did not feel the house breathing around them. They did not see the way the shadows clung to Abel, or how Lydia's grief seemed edged with a frantic, guilty terror. After they left, promising to follow up, a pall settled over Blackwater. The summer was over. The dream was a corpse, but the mystery was now mine. The official investigation was a dead end, a door closed and locked. But the house had other doors, hidden passages not of wood and plaster, but of silence and implication. I began my own quiet inquisition. I started with the library, the scene of the crime. I avoided the dark stain on the rug, a continent of violence mapped onto the faded patterns. Instead, I looked at everything else. The faint scuff mark on the floorboards near the overturned chair. The way a single book lay open, face down, as if dropped in a hurry. It was a volume on local flora, and a pressed flower, a delicate, brownish thing, fell from its pages when I picked it up. I studied the walls, the pattern of the roses, and noticed that near the corner, one rose was different, its petals less faded, as if it had been recently touched, its pigment restored by the oil of a human finger. I listened. I heard Clara the maid humming a tuneless song in the kitchen, the sound frail and distant. I heard Mr. Albright splitting wood out back, each crack of the axe a sharp period in the quiet morning. I heard the whispers. Lydia and Theo in the sunroom, their voices a frantic hiss. He knew Theo. He knew about everything. About the money, about Ezra. It doesn't matter now. It's over. It's not over. He's still here. I found Abel in the conservatory, a glass room filled with the scent of damp soil and dying flowers. He was staring out at the rain-swept garden, his posture rigid. Harry was in trouble, I said, my voice soft, not a question but a statement laid between us. He didn't turn. Harry was always in trouble. He lived on other people's money, my money, Ezra's money. And you were going to make it right. Now he looked at me and his eyes were like chips of flint. There are ways to balance the books, Alexandra. Some are just more final than others. The pieces were there, scattered like the books on the library floor. Harry's debts, Abel's investments, a fragile house of cards built with Ezra's capital. Lydia's forbidden love for Harry, a love that could curdle into something venomous if rejected. Theo's blind loyalty to Abel, a boy who would do anything for his hero. And Ezra, the unseen banker, the powerful man whose arrival was now imminent, a storm of a different kind. The day Ezra came was unnervingly bright. The storm had washed the world clean, leaving the leaves glittering and the air sharp. He arrived in a silent, black car, a man in a perfectly tailored suit, his hair silver, his face a mask of polite condescension. He offered his condolences, his voice a dry rustle, like old banknotes being counted. He spent an hour with Abel in the library with the door closed. When they emerged, Abel's face was ashen, but his eyes held a grim sort of triumph. That night the house was quieter than ever. The wind had died down. The only sound was the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall, measuring out the seconds towards some unknown conclusion. I could not sleep. The silence was heavier than the noise had been, a pressure on the eardrums. I walked the halls, my bare feet silent on the cold floors. I found myself in the library again, drawn to the scene like a moth to a dead flame. The moon was full, casting the room in a monochrome light. The stain on the rug was a black pool. I looked at the wall, at the single, touched rose. I reached out and pressed it. There was a faint, almost silent click. A section of the bookcase, so seamless I had never noticed it, swung inward an inch, revealing darkness. A secret passage, a hidden space within the house's heart. I did not push it open. I did not need to. The mystery was no longer about who had killed Harry. The pieces had fallen into place with a quiet, terrible logic. It was about ambition, cold and ruthless. It was about a financial intrigue so vast that one man's life was a negligible expense, a line item to be redacted. It was about a love that had turned to poison. It was about a boy who would follow a dark star into the abyss. I stood there in the moonlight, the hidden door ajar, a sliver of deeper darkness beckoning. I knew who had held the knife. I knew the why of it, the sordid, greedy chain of cause and effect that had led to that moment on the rug, but knowing brought no peace. It only made the silence deeper, the shadows more substantial. The house had given up its final clue, but it was not an answer. It was a deeper question. Because as I stood there, frozen on the threshold, I heard a soft exhalation of breath from the blackness beyond the door, and I knew I was not alone. The truth was not a thing to be discovered and put away. It was a living, breathing presence in the house, and it was waiting for me. The wind began to stir again outside, a new whisper threading through the pines, and I understood that some stories do not end. They simply pause, waiting for the next hand to turn the page, for the next footstep in the hall, for the next secret to bleed through the wallpaper, a fresh, dark rose blooming in the silence. I did not move. The breath from the darkness was a soft, rhythmic tide, the sound of a living thing at rest or at watch. My own breath caught in my throat, a prisoner of the silence. The cold from the open passage washed over me, carrying the scent of old, dry wood and the faint, Swedish odor of decay. It was the smell of the house's bones, of secrets kept too long. A floorboard creaked behind me. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs. The library was empty, bathed in the moon's pale glow. The shadows were still, but the sound had been real, a deliberate pressure on a tired plank of wood. Someone else was awake, someone else was moving through the sleeping house. The choice was a trap with two jaws. To step into the passage was to enter the unknown, to follow the trail of breath into the heart of the mystery. To turn away was to face whatever was in the library with me, a presence I could feel but not see. I chose the devil I didn't know. With a final glance at the empty room, I pushed the bookcase door wider and slipped into the wall. The darkness was absolute, a physical substance that pressed against my eyes and filled my lungs. I held my hand in front of my face and saw nothing. The air was cold and still, dead air. I took a cautious step forward, my fingers brushing against rough, unfinished timber. The passage was narrow, a tight squeeze. I could hear the scuttling of insects, a dry whisper in the silence. I moved slowly, one hand on the wall to guide me, my feet testing each step. The passage seemed to run parallel to the library, then turned sharply. A faint, gray light appeared ahead, not the silver of the moon, but the dull glow of a clouded night seen through a grimy window. I crept toward it. The passage ended in a small, square room, a forgotten space between walls. It was a watchman's perch or a spy's nest. A single, grime-caked window looked down into the great room below. A simple wooden stool sat before it, and on the floor, nestled in a pile of old, moth-eaten blankets, was the source of the breathing. It was Clara, the maid. Her eyes were open, wide, and unblinking, but she was not asleep. She was curled into a tight ball, her knees drawn to her chest, her fist pressed against her mouth to stifle the sound of her own terror. She stared at me, not with surprise, but with a kind of weary recognition, as if she had been waiting for me to find her. Before I could speak, a voice floated up from the great room below, clear and cold in the nocturnal quiet. It was Abel. "It has done," he said. "He has satisfied." Another voice answered, thinner, younger, "Theo, and the money." "The debt is cleared, all of it. Ezra is a man of his word. The investment stands. Harry S.'s disappearance was the collateral we lacked." "He didn't just disappear." Theo's voice trembled. "Semantics," Abel replied, his tone flat and final. "The problem is removed. The balance sheet is clean. That is all that matters." I looked down through the dirty glass. They stood by the cold fireplace, two silhouettes against the gray ashes. Abel was pouring a drink. Theo was wringing his hands, a nervous, bird-like motion. "And Lydia?" Theo asked. "She'll keep quiet. She has no choice. Her part in this is just as damning. She gave him the tea, didn't she? The one that made him so drowsy, so slow to react. Her love for him turned to hate when he laughed at her, and that made her useful." Abel took a slow sip. "Love and money, Theo, the oldest motives in the world, and the most reliable." I looked from their figures below to Clara's terrified face in the gloom beside me. Her eyes darted toward a small, cloth-wrapped bundle tucked beside the stool. I reached for it, my fingers clumsy. I unwrapped it. Inside was the missing photograph, the stern faces of the original family, and tucked behind it a single sheet of paper covered in Harry S. flamboyant script. It was a list of numbers, account numbers, and beside them names: Abel, Ezra. And at the bottom, a single, scrawled line: "They mean to sink the company and pocket the insurance. They need my signature or my silence." Clara finally found her voice, a choked whisper. "I seen it," she breathed. "I clean in here sometimes, for the quiet. I seen him come in, Mr. Abel. I hid. He and Mr. Harry were arguing. Mr. Harry, he had that paper. He said he wouldn't be a part of it. Mr. Abel, he was so calm. He just picked up that eagle thing from the desk. He was so calm." The truth was no longer an abstract puzzle. It was here, in this dusty hideaway, in the maid's trembling confession, in the cold financial calculus of the murderers below. I had the proof in my hands, but the passage behind me was the only way out, and it led back to the library, where someone had been waiting, listening to my own investigation. The floorboard creaked again, louder this time, just outside the bookcase door. A shadow fell across the sliver of light from the library. Someone knew I was in here. The secret was out, and the house held its breath, waiting to see who would break the silence first. I slowly rewrapped the photograph and the damning letter, my movements careful and silent. Clara's eyes were locked on mine, pleading. She had hidden this truth, a tiny, terrified bird guarding a poisonous seed. Now the cat was at the door. The shadow in the library shifted. A hand, pale in the moonlight, gripped the edge of the secret door and began to pull it open. There was no time to hide, no time to think. I pressed the bundle into Clara's hands and pushed her gently, firmly, deeper into the shadows behind the stool, into a recess I hadn't noticed. She melted into the darkness without a sound. I turned to face the door as it swung fully open, framing the intruder in the soft glow from the library. It was Lydia. Her face was a ghostly oval, her usually perfect hair disheveled, her eyes wide and wild. In her hand she held not a weapon, but the pressed flower I had found in the library book, its delicate form crushed in her tight fist. She didn't look surprised to see me. Her gaze swept past me, searching the small space, and I knew she was looking for Clara. She knew about the hideaway. She knew everything. "He laughed at me," she whispered, her voice raw. "He said I was a child playing at love. He was going to run, to take what was left of the money and leave us all to face Ezra." She took a step into the passage, the space becoming claustrophobic. Abel said it was the only way, for the company, for all of us. He said it would be clean. "Clean," I echoed, my own voice barely a breath. "There is nothing clean about this, Lydia." Below us, the conversation had stopped. Abel and Theo had heard us. I saw Abel's head tilt upward, his eyes narrowing as he peered into the darkness of the ceiling corner directly at the hidden window. He had known about the spy hole all along. Lydia, Abel's voice floated up, deceptively soft. "Who are you talking to?" Lydia's face crumpled. The defiance leaked out of her, replaced by a profound, weary fear. She looked from me to the window and back, a trapped animal. The footsteps from below moved toward the library stairs. They were coming. I had a choice, but it was no choice at all. I could confront them with the truth I now held, but the truth felt flimsy against Abel's cold resolve and Theo's blind loyalty. It was a piece of paper against a letter opener. So I did the only thing I could. I stepped forward, out of the passage and back into the library, pulling the door shut behind me with a definitive click. I stood between the bookcase and the two men now entering the room. "I couldn't sleep," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "I thought I heard a noise in here, a rat in the walls." Abel's eyes bored into mine, searching for a lie. Theo hovered behind him, his face a mask of anxiety. The silence stretched, taut and dangerous. "Just a rat," Abel repeated slowly. His gaze flicked to the closed bookcase, then back to me. A faint, cold smile touched his lips. "Yes, they can be such a problem in these old houses, but they can be dealt with. You should go back to bed, Alexandra. The excitement is over." It was a dismissal and a threat. I nodded, my body moving on autopilot, and walked past them out of the library. I could feel their eyes on my back all the way down the hall. I did not go to my room. I went to the front door, pulled it open, and stepped out into the cold, bright night. The gravel of the driveway crunched under my slippers. I walked without looking back toward the iron gates at the end of the drive. I had the story, the whole sordid, bloody story of ambition and poisoned love, but I had left the proof behind, hidden with a frightened maid in the walls of that terrible house. I was the only witness, and a witness without evidence is just a teller of tales. The house had won. It had absorbed Harriet's death and my investigation, and it would keep its secrets, its dark roses blooming forever in the silence. I was simply another ghost it had chosen to release. The walk to the town was a blur of cold air and sharp gravel. Each step away from Blackwater felt like a failure, a retreat. The story was complete in my mind, a perfect, ugly jewel, but it was worthless. It was a ghost itself, without substance, without the weight of evidence to make it real. The chief would nod, his tired eyes growing impatient. A falling out among the wealthy, a tragedy, case closed. I reached the small inn just as the sky was beginning to lighten from black to a deep, bruised gray. The clerk handed me a key without a word. The room was small and clean, a stark contrast to the oppressive grandeur I had left behind. I sat on the edge of the narrow bed, the events of the night replaying in a relentless loop. Abel's cold triumph, Lydia's shattered guilt, Theo's terrified compliance, and Clara, tucked into the wall, the truth shivering in her hands. I had left her there. The thought was a cold stone in my gut. I had preserved my own safety by abandoning the one person who held the key to it all. Abel knew she had seen something. Lydia knew she was a loose thread. What would stop them from pulling that thread now that I was gone? The image of the hidden room, of Clara's wide, frightened eyes, would not leave me. She was a part of the house's machinery now, a cog that had seen too much. And the house, I knew, did not tolerate faulty parts. It consumed them. As the sun finally rose, casting a weak, yellow light across the floorboards, I knew I could not leave. The story was not a thing to be written and sold. It was a living chain of consequence, and I had become a link. My flight was not an escape, it was a postponement. Abel had let me go because he believed I was harmless, a writer with an overactive imagination who had scurried away at the first sign of real danger. My return would shatter that illusion. I stood up, my body aching with fatigue. I had no plan, only a conviction. I walked to the small desk and took out a sheet of the inn's stationery. I wrote a single sentence, folded the paper, and addressed it to Chief Morrison. I left it at the front desk with instructions for it to be delivered immediately. Then I walked back out into the morning. The air was fresh, the world newborn, but I felt a century old. I retraced my steps, the long gravel drive feeling like a walk to the gallows. The iron gates of Blackwater stood open as if expecting me. The house looked different in the flat morning light. The mystery was gone, stripped away, leaving only a cold, hard fact of a place where a murder had been committed and covered up. I walked to the front door and turned the knob. It was unlocked. I stepped inside. The grand hall was empty, silent. The clock was still ticking. I could hear the faint clatter of dishes from the kitchen. Life of a sort went on. I did not go to the library. I walked instead to the conservatory. The dying flowers filled the glass room with a sweet funereal scent, and there, as I knew he would be, was Abel. He was not looking at the garden. He was looking at me, a fresh drink already in his hand, as if he had been waiting. "You forgot your things," he said, his voice calm, almost amused. "I didn't forget anything," I replied. His smile was thin and sharp. "I admire your tenacity, Alexandra. A shame it is misplaced. The police have already called. They found your note. A very dramatic gesture. The truth is in the walls. They are on their way out of professional courtesy, no doubt. They will find nothing, of course. They will search the library. They will tap on the walls. They will find no secret doors, no frightened maids." My blood ran cold. "What have you done with Clara?" "Clara," he raised an eyebrow, a perfect picture of innocence. "The maid gave her notice this morning. A family emergency, I believe. She left before dawn. A very sudden departure." He had gotten to her. He had either paid her off, threatened her, or worse. The proof was gone. The witness was silenced. My note to the chief would seem like the ravings of a hysterical woman. I heard the crunch of tires on the gravel outside. The police were here. Abel's eyes never left mine, and in their flat gray depths I saw the final chilling piece of the puzzle. He was not worried. He was entertained. This was just another move in a game he had already won. The house stood around him, a silent accomplice, its secret safe, its dark balance restored. The only question left was what it would do with me. He set his glass down on a wrought iron table with a soft, definitive click. The sound was a full stop, the end of a sentence. The front door opened, and Chief Morrison's voice, tired and officious, echoed in the hall. Abel didn't turn. He kept his eyes on me, a pathologist observing a specimen. "In here, Chief," he called out, his tone shifting to one of weary concern. "I am afraid our guest is still rather distressed." Morrison appeared in the conservatory doorway, his hat in his hands, his expression one of profound inconvenience. Another officer stood behind him, young and bored. "Miss Vane," the chief began, his voice a practiced blend of patience and condescension. "We received your note. We've had a look in the library. Thoroughly. There's no hidden door. The walls are solid stone behind the bookcases." "He lying," I said, but the words sounded hollow. The plea of the hysteric Abel had painted me to be. "The maid, Clara, you have to find her." "Clara Miller," Abel interjected smoothly. "As I explained, she left, quite upset. She even left her final wages behind." He gestured to a small, sealed envelope on the table beside his glass. "I was just about to have it posted to her sister's address in Millvale." It was a perfect, unassailable lie. The envelope was proof of his benevolence, not his guilt. The chief sighed. "Miss Vane, you've been under a strain. A death in a house like this, it can stir the imagination." "It was murder," I stated, the flat certainty in my voice finally pulling Morrison's full attention. "Abel and Theo, with Lydia's help. It was about the company, about an insurance fraud. Harry found out. He had a list, account numbers. Abel killed him with the bronze eagle from the library desk." For the first time, a flicker of something other than boredom crossed the chief's face. He looked at Abel. "That's a very specific accusation." Abel's smile was a thin, cold line. "The eagle paperweight has been on my desk in the study since the day Harry died. It has not been moved. You are welcome to dust it for fingerprints, though I imagine you will find only mine and the housekeeper's. As for this list, I have no knowledge of it. Harry was troubled. His business was failing. He took risks. His death was a tragedy, not a conspiracy. He was daring me. He had cleaned the weapon, hidden the list, and disposed of the witness. He had choreographed this entire scene, and I had walked right into my part. Check the accounts, I insisted, turning back to Morrison. The names are Ezra, Abel, and Theo. Harry wrote it down. We will look into the financial records, of course, Morrison said, but his tone was one of placation. As a matter of routine, but without evidence, without a witness, he spread his hands. There is no case. The young officer behind him shifted his weight, his eyes scanning the room, lingering on the vibrant, dying orchids. He was not listening to the words. He was absorbing the atmosphere, the tension between Abel's cool authority and my desperate certainty. He saw a rich man in his conservatory and a disheveled woman making wild claims. The truth was irrelevant. I think it is time for you to go, Miss Vane, Abel said softly. The chief can give you a ride into town. Your things have been packed. It was over. I was being evicted from the narrative. I looked past Abel, through the glass wall of the conservatory, into the tangled garden. There, standing half-hidden behind a barren rose bush, was Theo. He was watching us, his face pale and streaked with tears. When our eyes met, he flinched and disappeared back into the foliage. He was the crack, the fragile one, the one who wringed his hands and trembled. Abel had silenced Clara and managed Lydia, but Theo was a variable he could not fully control. He was a boy who had followed a dark star, and now he was lost in the abyss, sick with regret. I looked back at Chief Morrison and gave a small, resigned nod. I understand. Surprise, then relief, washed over his features. He believed he had talked me down. Abel's smile widened a fraction, a victory conceded. I walked past them out of the conservatory and into the hall where my single bag sat by the door. I felt their eyes on me, the weight of their collective dismissal. But as I reached for the handle of the front door, I paused and turned back one last time, my gaze finding Abel's. It must be exhausting, I said, my voice quiet but clear in the vast hall, to be so calm all the time, to never let the mask slip, even for a moment. His expression did not change, but I saw it a tiny, almost imperceptible tightening around his eyes, a flicker of strain. It was nothing the chief would see. It was nothing I could prove, but I saw it. I had thrown a tiny, sharp stone into the still pond of his composure, and I had seen the ripple. Then I turned, opened the door, and stepped outside. I did not get into the police car. I walked down the drive, the morning sun warm on my face. I had lost the battle. The proof was gone, the official record would be sealed, and Harry's death would be filed away as a tragic accident. But I had the truth, and I had seen the crack in Abel's armor. The story was not over, it was simply waiting. A story like this, built on a foundation of poison and fear, does not end, it festers, it waits, and I would be waiting too. The town was no longer a refuge. It felt like a stage set, a flimsy construction hiding the rot of Blackwater just beyond the tree line. I took a room at the inn again, the same clerk handing me the same key with the same vacant smile. The world had not changed, but I had. I was no longer a writer chasing a story. I was a keeper of a terrible secret, a secret that had no home but my own mind. I spent the day in a state of suspended animation. I did not write. I sat by the small window, watching the ordinary life of the town proceed, a play in which I was no longer an actor. I thought of Theo, his tear-streaked face in the garden. He was the key. Abel's control was absolute, but it was predicated on the obedience of others. Lydia was broken, her love for Harry twisted into a weapon against her. But Theo was a coward, and a cowardess loyalty is the most fragile thing of all. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in shades of violet, a soft knock came at my door. It was not the firm rap of the law or the confident knock of the innkeeper. It was a furtive, hesitant sound. I opened it to find a young boy, grubby and out of breath, holding out a folded scrap of paper. "For you, miss," he panted. "The gentleman paid me a whole shilling." He thrust the note into my hand and scurried away down the hall before I could ask a single question. I unfolded the paper. The handwriting was rushed, a frantic scrawl. "The old boathouse, an hour after full dark. Come alone, he knows everything." There was no signature, it didn't need one. It was from Theo. The crack had widened. Abel knew he was the weak link, and Theo knew that he knew. This was not an invitation, it was a plea for a lifeline. The moon was high and cold when I slipped out of the inn and made my way toward the lake. The path was overgrown, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. The boathouse was a sagging silhouette against the shimmering black water, its windows dark, its door hanging open on a broken hinge. I stepped inside. The smell of mildew and old motor oil was overwhelming. Moonlight filtered through the cracks in the walls, illuminating the ghostly shape of a speedboat on a trailer and the glint of water between the planks of the dock. "Theo," I whispered. A figure detached itself from the deeper shadows near the boat. It was him. He looked worse than he had in the garden, his clothes disheveled, his eyes red-rimmed and wild. "He sent Clara away," Theo blurted out, his voice trembling. "He gave her money, a lot of it, and told her if she ever spoke a word, he would tell the police she was the one who stole the silver last year." She was so frightened, she just ran. He wrung his hands, a familiar, helpless gesture. And Lydia, she s locked in her room. He says she s unwell, but she s not. She s a prisoner. "Why are you telling me this, Theo?" I asked, keeping my voice low and calm. "You helped him. You stood by while he killed your brother." A sob escaped him, raw and ugly. "I didn't know, I swear, I didn't know he would do that. It was just about the money, about saving the company." Harry was being difficult, sentimental. Abel said we just needed to persuade him. Then he picked up that eagle. He was so fast. I just stood there. I stood there and watched. The confession hung in the damp air, a wretched, useless thing. "You need to go to the police," I said. "You need to tell them what you just told me." "I can tee," he cried, his voice rising to a panicked pitch. "He'll destroy me. He'll pin it all on me. He has things on me, things I've done for the company. He'll make it look like it was my idea." "Then we are back where we started," I said, a wave of exhaustion washing over me. "You have a conscience, Theo, but not the courage to heed it. That makes you more dangerous than Abel, because you are unpredictable." He stepped closer, his face a mask of desperation in the slivers of moonlight. "There's another way. The accounts, the list you mentioned. Harry kept a copy. He was paranoid. He gave it to me for safekeeping weeks ago. He said if anything happened to him, I should take it to the authorities." My breath caught. "You have it." "I hid it before it happened. I was scared of what it meant. It's here." He moved toward the speedboat, fumbling under the dashboard. "It's all here. The transfers, the fake invoices, everything. It's enough to send him away forever." He straightened up, a thick manila envelope in his hands. It was real, the proof. It had been here all along, in this rotting boathouse, guarded by a trembling coward. He held it out to me, his hands shaking. "Take it," he pleaded. "Take it and go. Do what I cannot." I reached for the envelope. My fingers brushed against the coarse paper. And then a new voice cut through the darkness, calm and clean as a surgical blade. "I am afraid I cannot allow that, Theodore." Abel stepped into a pool of moonlight from the open doorway. He held a heavy, rubber-coated flashlight in his hand, not as a light source, but as a club. He looked from Theo's horrified face to the envelope in my hands, and he sighed, a sound of profound disappointment. "I had hoped you would see reason," he said to Theo. "I had hoped loyalty still meant something." Theo made a small, pathetic sound like a wounded bird. The envelope fell from his grasp, tumbling to the dusty floor between us. The game was over. The boathouse, isolated and silent, was the perfect place for it to end. There were no witnesses here, just the water, the moon, and the truth waiting to be sunk. He didn't move toward the envelope, he moved toward Theo. The flashlight hung loosely at his side, a casual, terrible promise. Theo stumbled backward, his legs hitting the edge of the dock, his arms flailing for a balance that was no longer there. "Abel, please," he whimpered. "It's over. We have to stop." "It was over the moment you decided to betray this family," Abel replied, his voice devoid of anger. It was a statement of fact. "You had one job, Theodore, to be quiet, to be still. It was all I ever asked of you." I saw my chance. I dropped to my knees, my fingers scrambling for the envelope in the near darkness. The coarse paper felt like salvation. I clutched it to my chest and began to back away toward the broken door. Abel's head turned, his gaze shifting from his brother to me. The moonlight caught the flat, polished planes of his face. "And you, the scribbler, you just couldn't leave the bones in the ground, could you?" He took a step toward me, and Theo, in a sudden, surprising burst of courage born of sheer terror, lunged forward and grabbed his arm. "Run," he screamed at me. It was a hopeless, clumsy gesture. Abel shrugged him off with contemptuous ease, the motion sending Theo sprawling onto the slick, rotten planks of the dock. There was a sharp crack, a groan of protesting wood, and then a splash as a section of the dock gave way under Theo's weight. He disappeared into the black, icy water. For a single, suspended second, Abel stood perfectly still, looking at the spot where his brother had vanished. His expression was unreadable. Then he turned back to me, his decision made. Theo was no longer a factor. I ran, I burst out of the boathouse and into the cold night, the envelope a rigid shield against my pounding heart. I didn't follow the path. I plunged into the woods, the branches whipping at my face and arms, my breath sobbing in my lungs. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps measured and relentless, crashing through the undergrowth. He was not running, he was hunting. The woods were a labyrinth of shadows, the moon offering only treacherous, dappled light. I tripped over an exposed root, falling hard, the impact jarring the envelope from my grasp. I scrambled for it, my hands digging through wet leaves and mud, my panic a blinding white noise. My fingers closed around it just as a beam of light cut through the trees, pinning me where I knelt. He stood 10 feet away, the flashlight now illuminated, its harsh beam blinding me. He had taken his time. He knew I was trapped. "Give it to me," he said, his voice calm, almost conversational. "There is no other outcome." I clutched the envelope, the paper now damp and filthy. It was everything. It was Harry's voice, his last act of defiance. It was Theo's fleeting moment of redemption. It was Clara's freedom. To give it to him was to erase them all, to become another silent cog in the machine of Blackwater. I pushed myself to my feet, my legs trembling. I looked past the blinding light, trying to find his eyes in the darkness behind it. "No," I said. The word was quiet, but it hung in the night air, a final, irrevocable line drawn in the dirt. He took a step forward, and the heavy, rubber-coated flashlight raised a fraction of an inch. This was it. The story would end here, in the mud, with me. But then a new sound cut through the silence of the woods. Not a voice, but a low, guttural growl. A figure emerged from the shadows behind Abel, moving with a slow, dripping purpose. It was Theo. Water streamed from his clothes and hair, his face a mask of mud and rage. In his hand he held a thick, heavy branch. Abel, sensing the movement, started to turn, but he was too late. Theo swung the branch with a raw, desperate cry. It connected with the back of Abel's head with a sickening, wet thud. The flashlight flew from Abel's hand, its beam cartwheeling through the trees before it went out, plunging us into near-total darkness. Abel dropped to his knees, then fell forward onto the forest floor without a sound. For a long moment, the only noise was Theo's ragged breathing and the drip of water from his clothes. He stood over his brother's still form, the branch still clutched in his hand, his body shaking with violent tremors. I didn't move, I couldn't. The envelope was a dead weight in my arms. Theo finally let the branch fall. He looked at me, his eyes wide and unseeing in the gloom. I didn't have a choice, he whispered. He would have killed you, he would have killed me. I finally found my voice, though it was thin and strained. We have to go to the police now with this. I held up the envelope. Theo just stared at Abel's body. Is he... I didn't know, I didn't want to know. The world had narrowed to this patch of woods, to this proof in my hands, and to the shattered man standing before me. The story was no longer in the walls of Blackwater. It was here, breathing in the cold night air, waiting for its next uncertain chapter. We had to move. We had to walk out of these woods and into the light and finally tell the truth. We did not walk. We stumbled, two ghosts hauling the weight of a fresh corpse between us, though Abel was not yet dead. I could hear the wet, shallow rasp of his breathing as we half dragged, half carried him back toward the boathouse. It was Theo's idea. He was suddenly, eerily calm, his panic burned away by his violent act. We can leave him here, he said, his voice flat. We have to make it look like an accident. The boathouse was a black mouth waiting for us. We laid Abel on the damp, oily floor near the broken dock. Theo's plan was simple, born of a lifetime of watching his brother orchestrate reality. Abel, distraught over his brother's tragic drowning, had come to the boathouse, slipped on the rotten planks, and struck his head. A family destroyed by grief and misfortune. It was a clean, sentimental ending. It was a lie. I stood holding the envelope, the truth now feeling slippery and ambiguous. Theo knelt beside Abel, checking the pulse in his neck. His hands were steady. "Yes, still alive," he murmured, "but he won't be for long if we leave him like this." He looked up at me, his eyes reflecting the slivers of moonlight. "The lake is cold. It wouldn't take long." A coldness that had nothing to do with the night seeped into my bones. Theo was not talking about an accident anymore. He was offering me a choice, a final, bloody edit to the story. We could still walk away. We could take the envelope to the police and let them find Abel here, the victim of a terrible coincidence, or we could ensure his silence forever. I looked down at the man on the floor, the architect of all this misery. In that moment I understood the seductive, simple power of the stone or the pushed body, the finality of it. It would be so easy, but then I would not be the keeper of the truth. I would be another part of the poison. "No," I said again, the word firmer this time. "We take him with us." Theo stared at me incredulous. "What, we can tea?" "We can," I said, bending down and grabbing one of Abel's arms. "We are not him, Theo. We are not them. We walk into that police station with this evidence and with him, and we end it, truly end it." The effort of getting Abel into the speedboat was a brutal, grunting struggle. He was a dead weight, a sack of broken intentions. Theo found the keys in a small metal box. The engine coughed to life, a vulgar sound shattering the lake's silence. I sat in the back, Abel's head in my lap, the envelope tucked safely inside my jacket. Theo guided the boat across the black water, not toward the private dock of Blackwater, but toward the public landing on the far shore, toward the dim, distant lights of the town. As we neared the landing, Abel stirred. A low moan escaped his lips. His eyes fluttered open, confused and unfocused. They found mine. For a single, lucid moment, there was no mask, no calculation. There was only a profound, base confusion. He could not comprehend this reality, a reality where he was not in control. He saw the envelope in my jacket. He saw Theo at the helm. He felt the boat moving away from his kingdom. His mouth worked, but no words came out. It was the most honest thing I had ever seen him do. Then the moment passed. His eyes rolled back, and he fell into unconsciousness once more. The boat bumped against the public dock. Theo cut the engine. The sudden silence was deafening. In the distance, a siren wailed, growing closer. Someone must have seen the lights, heard the engine. The world was rushing back in. Theo looked at me, then at his brother. "What do we tell them?" he asked, his voice small again, the brief flame of his resolve guttering out. "We tell them the truth," I said, my hand resting on the envelope. "All of it." I looked down at Abel's pale, still face. The story was not waiting anymore. It was here. It was now. And for the first time since I had come to Blackwater, I was not afraid of it. I was ready to write the ending. We stepped off the boat onto the solid planks of the public dock, the world tilting back into a mundane reality of weathered wood and the smell of fish. The siren was close now, a piercing wail that sliced through the night, promising order and procedure. 2 police cars skidded to a halt in the gravel lot, their headlights flooding us in a stark, unforgiving glare. Theo froze, a rabbit in the light. I kept my hand on the envelope, feeling the crinkle of paper through my jacket, a tactile anchor. The first officer approached, his hand resting on his belt, his eyes taking in the scene, the 2 of us, disheveled and wild-eyed, and the unconscious man in the boat. "What's going on here?" he asked, his voice firm and suspicious. Theo opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He looked at me, his eyes pleading. I stepped forward. "This is Abel Blackwood," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "He is injured, and we have evidence of his crimes. The murder of his brother, Harry Blackwood, and much more." The officer's professional mask didn't slip, but his eyes widened just a fraction. He called for an ambulance, his radio crackling with static and coded phrases. Another officer helped us lift Abel's limp body from the boat and onto a stretcher. The flashing lights painted the trees in rhythmic pulses of red and blue, turning our grim tableau into a public spectacle. At the police station, the envelope felt heavier than ever. I laid it on the cold, laminate table in the interview room. A detective with tired eyes and a calm demeanor listened as I talked. I started at the beginning with the official story of Harry's accident, with the weight of the stone eagle, with the crack in Lydia's composure and the fear in Theo's eyes. I told him about the boathouse, about the envelope, about Abel's calm threat and Theo's desperate swing of the branch. Theo, in another room, was no doubt telling his own version, a story of coercion and fear. I didn't know if his would match mine in all the details, and I found I didn't care. The evidence in the envelope would speak louder than our fractured testimonies. It was a map of corruption, a trail of numbers and names that led straight to Abel Blackwood's door. Hours later, the detective leaned back in his chair. "The doctors say Mr. Blackwood has a severe concussion. He is not in any condition to be interviewed yet." He tapped the envelope. "This, however, is very compelling. We'll need to keep it." I nodded, feeling a profound emptiness now that the burden was physically gone from my hands. It was dawn when I finally stepped out of the police station. The sky was a pale, watery gray, the town still asleep. Theo was released on his own recognizance, his part in the night's events deemed self-defense for the moment. He walked past me without a word, his shoulders hunched, a man heading into a different kind of prison. I went back to the inn. The same clerk was at the desk, the same vacant smile on his face. The world, it seemed, was determined to maintain its illusion of normalcy. In my room, I sat by the window again, but I did not watch the town. I looked toward the woods that hid Blackwater. A few days later, Abel Blackwood was charged with the murder of his brother Harry and a litany of financial crimes. The story broke like a dam, flooding the local news and then spreading wider. The name Blackwater became synonymous not with old money and quiet power, but with greed and fratricide. Lydia was moved to a private care facility, a shell of a woman finally freed from her gilded cage. Theo, I heard, agreed to a plea deal in exchange for his testimony. I packed my bag. My work here was done. The story had been told, not in the book I had intended to write, but in police reports and court documents. As I drove away from the town, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. The trees were just trees. The lake was just a lake. The poison had been named, and in the naming, it had lost its power. I was no longer just a keeper of a secret. I was a witness. And I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that some stories don't end with a period. They end with an exhale, a release of a breath you didn't know you were holding, leaving behind a silence that is finally, truly clean. Story 3. The world held its breath at 3:07. It was a fact Devon had verified 3 times, his finger, pale and slender, tapping the glass face of the grandfather clock in the hallway. The ornate brass hands were steadfast, defiant in their stillness. Outside, the rain had ceased its relentless percussion on the roof, and the street beyond the manicured lawn was a void of black silk, no headlights cutting the gloom, no distant sirens wailing. Even the house itself seemed to be cradling a secret, the silence so profound he could hear the slow, thick slide of blood in his own ears. This was the moment they had planned for, the axis upon which their new lives would turn. And now that it was here, it felt less like a beginning and more like an epitaph carved into the frozen air. He had met Betsy 2 months prior on a Tuesday made soft by a hazy, indistinct sun. She had come into his office to discuss a rider on her husband's life insurance policy, $1 million payout that seemed, to Devon, excessive for a man who imported ceramic tiles. Fred was his name, Fred Miller, a name that tasted of dust and quiet afternoons. Devon remembered the scent she brought in with her, not perfume, but something wilder, like night-blooming jasmine after a desert rain. She wore a dress the color of a fading bruise, and when she leaned over his desk to point at a clause in the document, the whisper of silk was a sound he felt along his skin. Her dissatisfaction was not a complaint, it was an atmosphere, a climate she carried with her. It was in the way her thumb traced the rim of the water glass he offered her, the slight, weary sigh that escaped her lips when she mentioned Fred's name, a name she uttered as if it were a bland, necessary medication. She was a creature of exquisite potential trapped in a terrarium of suburban predictability. Devon, a man whose life was a collection of actuarial tables and calculated risks, found her chaos irresistible. He was an architect of probabilities, and she presented him with the one variable that defied all his formulas: desire. Their affair began in the hushed, transient spaces available to people with something to hide. A motor lodge with thin walls and vibrating air conditioners, the back booth of a diner 20 miles from town, the leather-scented interior of his sedan parked on a cliff overlooking the churning, gray ocean. It was in these places that the plan was whispered, not conceived in a single damning moment, but grown slowly, like a poisonous fungus in the dark. "He has no family," she murmured one afternoon, her head on his chest, her finger drawing lazy circles on his shirt. The rain streaked the window of the rented room, making the world outside a watery, impressionist painting. No one who would question it. A fall. The stairs are so steep, and that polished marble he loves so much it so terribly slippery. Devon, the insurance man, saw the elegant geometry of it. He knew the policies, the loopholes, the points where human tragedy intersected with corporate policy. He could design the perfect death, one that would raise no flags, trigger no investigations beyond the perfunctory. It was a mathematical problem, a puzzle. He allowed himself to see it that way, to focus on the clean lines of the scheme and not the messy, final reality of a man's neck breaking. He was not planning a murder, he was engineering a financial windfall, a liberation. He was building a door, and on the other side was Betsy, and a life that was not this one. The night itself was a study in precision. Fred was at his weekly poker game, a ritual of cigars and cheap whiskey. Betsy was at the symphony, a public performance of normalcy. Devon wore gloves of thin black leather, and his shoes were soled in rubber that left no discernible print. He knew the alarm code, the creak of the third step from the top, the exact spot on the marble landing where a man's weight, if applied with a certain sharp pressure, would send him tumbling into a final, irrevocable descent. He waited in the study, a room that smelled of old paper and Fred's faint, cloying cologne. A single low-wattage lamp cast long, dancing shadows. On the desk was a framed photograph of Fred and Betsy on a beach, smiling. Her smile, he noticed now, did not reach her eyes. It was a performance. He felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. Was his own smile, the one he gave her, any different? Were they not both actors in a play she had written? Then the sound of a key in the front door, earlier than expected. The plan, so perfect in theory, was suddenly a living, breathing thing, and it was terrified. Devin melted back into the deepest shadow of the room, his heart a frantic bird beating against his ribs. He heard Fred's heavy footsteps, his tuneless humming, the clink of a glass bottle set down on the kitchen counter. The footsteps approached the stairs. Devin held his breath. The house was a drum, and every sound was a beat counting down. There was a sharp cry, cut short by a terrible, wet thud, a series of cracking sounds like green branches snapping, and then a final, profound silence. Devin did not move. He counted to 100, then 200, his body rigid. When he finally crept out, the hallway was dark. The clock read 3:07. He did not look at the heap at the bottom of the stairs. He focused on the tasks, wiping the banister where his gloves might have brushed, ensuring no trace of his presence remained. He slipped out the back door into the patient, concealing night. The image of the frozen clock face burned onto the back of his eyelids. The days that followed were a blur of performed grief and bureaucratic procedure. Betsy was magnificent in her widow-esque weeds, her sorrow a delicate, convincing veil. Devin, as the agent handling the policy, was the picture of somber efficiency. He guided her through the paperwork, his voice a low, comforting murmur in the stark quiet of his office. Her hand brushed his as she reached for a pen, and the contact was electric, a spark in the tomb they had built. It was Jackson who first introduced a note of dissonance into their silent symphony. Jackson was a claims investigator from the Home Office, a man built from gristle and cynicism, with eyes the color of a winter sky and a mind that picked at details like a crow at carrion. He had been Devin's mentor once, a lifetime ago. Quite a fall, Jackson said, standing with Devin in the miller's hallway a week after the funeral. He wasn't looking at the stairs, but at the grandfather clock. Frozen. Must have been the impact. Funny that. Is it? Devin asked, his voice carefully neutral. Time stopping at the moment of death. Poetic, almost. Jackson's gaze drifted to the marble floor at the base of the stairs, now spotless. Slippery, this stuff. You'd think a man who sold it would be more careful. The investigation was a formality, everyone said, a tragic accident, but Jackson lingered. He asked questions about Fred's habits, his state of mind, his finances. He spoke to the poker players who mentioned Fred had been winning, was in a fine mood, had been talking about a vacation he was planning for Betsy. A second honeymoon, he called it. This detail found its way to Devin, and it festered. A second honeymoon. It did not fit the narrative of a miserable marriage, of a woman desperate to escape. He watched Betsy at the funeral, the perfect curve of her neck as she bowed her head, the single artful tear that traced a path down her cheek. He saw the way other men looked at her, a mixture of pity and raw hunger. Was he just another fool, mesmerized by the performance? Their first night together after the death was a frantic, desperate collision in her house, in the marital bed. The scent of Fred's cologne still clung to the curtains. Her passion felt different now, edged with a new kind of hunger, a greed that was not just for him, but for the freedom, the money, the victory. She talked about the places they would go, the things they would buy, her voice a bright, sharp needle stitching together their future. We have to be patient, Devin warned, the insurance man reasserting himself. Jackson is curious. Let him be curious, she whispered, her mouth close to his ear. There's nothing to find, you made sure of that, it was perfect. But perfection, Devin was learning, was a fragile thing. It was a sheet of ice on a pond, and beneath it, things were shifting. He began to notice small things, a locked drawer in Fred's desk that Betsy always seemed to avoid, a footprint in the soft earth beneath the study window, a print too large to be Fred's that he was sure had not been there the night of the accident. He found himself returning to these clues in his mind, turning them over and over. The locked drawer, the footprint. The clock, forever frozen at 3:07. They were like motifs in a piece of music he couldn't quite place, each recurrence sounding a slightly more dissonant chord. The money came through, a wire transfer of $1 million into an account Betsy controlled. That night they celebrated with champagne. She was giddy, luminous, a star finally unleashed from its orbit. Devin felt a cold, hollow opening inside him. The goal was achieved. The puzzle was solved. So why did he feel like he was standing on the edge of a precipice? A week later, he found the key. It was taped to the bottom of a ceramic pot holding a wilted orchid on the patio, a place Fred, a man with no interest in plants, would never have put it. Devon's hands were steady as he used it to open the locked drawer in the desk. Inside was a stack of letters tied with a ribbon and a photograph. The letters were love letters, written in a flowing, masculine hand that was not his own. They were passionate, full of plans and promises. The photograph was of Betsy and Jackson, not in an office, but on a pier, his arm around her, both of them laughing into the sun. The world did not tilt, it simply stopped again, as frozen as the clock in the hall. He understood it all then, the entire elegant, brutal design. He had not been the architect, he had been the tool, the patsy, the final, perfect piece of misdirection. The fall, the investigation, his own predictable suspicions, it was all a play staged for him. He was the one who would be left holding the bag of motive and opportunity when Jackson, the heroic investigator, inevitably uncovered the truth. The $1 million was just a bonus. He was the intended sacrifice. He confronted her that evening. The house was quiet. She stood by the window, the fading light catching the silver in her hair, and she did not deny it. She simply watched him, her expression one of cool, almost clinical assessment. "You were so careful, Devon," she said, her voice soft as ash. "So precise. You thought of everything, but you never thought that I might want more than just a different man. I wanted a different life, and you and Fred, you were both just different versions of the same cage." "And Jackson?" Devon asked, his voice a dry rustle. "Jackson understands risk," she said. "He understands that the best way to solve a crime is to be the one investigating it." He saw it then, the final move in their game. He was in her house, alone with her, the beneficiary of a huge insurance policy he had personally expedited. He had motive, he had means, and soon he would have opportunity. He took a step toward her, not in anger, but in a kind of dreadful, final clarity. The doorbell rang. It was Jackson, of course it was. He stood on the porch, his winter sky eyes taking in the scene. Devon standing too close to Betsy, the tension in the room a physical presence. "Devon," Jackson said, his voice laden with a false sadness. "I think we need to have a talk down at the station. Things aren't adding up. That footprint under the window, a size 11, just like you wear." Devon looked from Jackson-esque weary, triumphant face to Betsy-esque serene, untouchable one. He was trapped in their story, a character written to take the fall. The perfect murder was not Fred's, it was his. He was the one being erased. What happened next dissolved into a confusion of light and sound and sensation. There was a struggle, he thinks, a shattering of glass, a cry that might have been his or Betsy's, or simply the sound of the world tearing. He remembers the cold weight of his own gun in his hand, a thing he carried out of habit, a stupid masculine totem. He remembers the deafening roar of it in the confined space, the smell of cordite, sharp and acrid, replacing the scent of jasmine, a heavy weight falling. He stands now in the hallway of the quiet house. The police have come and gone. Their questions were a buzzing in his ears. He gave them answers, he thinks, the right answers, the answers he and Betsy had rehearsed for a different ending. An intruder, Jackson, arriving just in time, a tragic casualty. A story they accepted because it was neat, because it fit, because the alternative was a labyrinth with no center. The insurance payout remains with Betsy. She is a double widow now, a figure of profound and tragic fascination. Devon still goes to the office. He still calculates risks, but the numbers swim before his eyes, meaningless. He finds himself standing before the grandfather clock. A repairman came and fixed it. The hands move now, tracing their endless circular journey. But sometimes, in the deep silence of the night, when Devon is alone with the ghost of his own choices, he will look up and swear for a single heart-stopping second that the hands have snagged again, that they point unwavering to 307. A frozen moment in a story that never truly ended, a crime without a criminal, a mystery whose solution is just another, deeper layer of the dark. He does not know who pulled the trigger. He does not know if Jackson was the hunter or the prey. He only knows that the clock ticks on, measuring a time that no longer makes any sense in a house that holds its breath, waiting for a truth that will never ever come. He began to spend his evenings tracing the events, not like an investigator, but like a scholar studying a corrupted text. He would sit in his sterile apartment, the silence broken only by the hum of the refrigerator, and map the inconsistencies on a legal pad. The locked drawer, the footprint, the second honeymoon, the love letters, the photograph on the pier. He arranged them in columns, drew lines of connection, but the pattern that emerged was not one of Betsy and Jackson conspiring against him. It was something else, something that suggested a third player, a shadow in the mechanism he had not accounted for. The thought was a slow, cold poison. What if Jackson, too, had been a piece on her board? What if his cynical investigation, his timely arrival at the house, his possession of the damning photograph were all part of a script she had written? Jackson was dead. He could not confirm or deny it. The story of the heroic investigator cut down by a panicked accomplice was the story everyone believed. It was clean, but Devon's life was now a monument to mess. He saw her sometimes from a distance. Betsy in a black dress leaving a charity luncheon. Betsy driving her new car, her sunglasses hiding her eyes. She never looked his way. They were strangers now, bound by a secret so profound it had annihilated the intimacy that created it. He thought about confronting her again, demanding to know if Jackson had been her partner or her pawn, but he knew it was useless. She would only look at him with that cool, assessing gaze, and he would be left with nothing but the echo of his own desperation. His work suffered. The clean lines of probability and risk were now a tangled web. He found himself double-checking simple calculations, his mind snagging on irrelevant details. A client mentioned a suspicious fire, and Devon spent an hour asking about the brand of the family's toaster, his pen shaking in his hand. He was becoming a liability, and he knew it. It was a rainy Thursday, much like the day she had first walked into his office when the call came. It was from a private number. He almost let it go to voicemail, but a premonition, the ghost of his old professional instinct, made him answer. The voice on the other end was male, calm, and utterly devoid of emotion. "Mr. Croft, you don't know me, but I knew Fred Miller. I think we should talk." They met in a public park under the shelter of a bandstand. The man was older, with a weathered face and the patient eyes of a fisherman. He wore a simple, dark coat and held no umbrella against the drizzle. He introduced himself as Carl. He had been Fred's business partner, the silent one, who handled the logistics of the tile imports from Italy. Fred was a simple man, Carl said, his gaze on the gray sheet of the lake. He loved his house, his routine, his wife. He thought she hung the moon. He paused, letting the rain fill the silence. He came to me about 6 months ago. He was worried. He thought Betsy was unhappy. He wanted to do something grand for her, a surprise. He was going to use his own money, not the business account, to buy her a villa in Lake Como. He'd been saving for years. It was his second honeymoon plan. Devon's throat was tight. He told you this. He showed me the paperwork. The down payment was substantial, almost all of his personal savings. Carl turned his placid eyes on Devon. The day after he died, the transfer was canceled. The money was still in his account. Then it was gone, moved into her account along with the insurance money. Devon felt the ground beneath him turn to sand. He wasn't miserable. He was planning a future with her. He was, Carl said, but that's not why I am here. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small, sealed evidence bag. Inside was a single, slender key. Fred gave this to me for safekeeping. He said if anything ever happened to him, I should look. It's for a safety deposit box. I looked. He handed the bag to Devon. Through the plastic, Devon could see it was identical to the one he had found taped under the orchid pot. There are 2 keys, Carl said. She must have found the other one after he died and planted it for you to find. The box contained the real story, diaries, emails she thought he'd never see. She wasn't just bored, Mr. Croft. She was a vortex. Fred was her third. There was a man before him, a businessman in Chicago. He also died, fell from a balcony. There was an insurance policy. It was never contested. The rain seemed to freeze in the air around him. Devin stared at the key in the bag. It was no longer a clue. It was a relic from a graveyard. "Jackson," Devin whispered. "I don't know about him," Carl said. "Maybe he was the next one. Maybe he was a loose end she decided to tie up using you. The pattern is hers. Find a careful, precise man. Show him a prison. Help him plan an escape. And then ensure he takes the blame for the wardeness' death." He looked at Devin, and for the first time there was a flicker of something like pity in his eyes. "You were never the architect. You were the demolition crew. And she always walks away from the wreckage." Carl turned and walked away, his footsteps silent on the wet gravel, disappearing into the gray curtain of rain. Devin stood alone under the bandstand, the key clutched in his hand. He had the truth now, or a version of it. It was worse than he had imagined. He was not a singular tragedy. He was a recurring decimal in the long, bloody equation of her life. He knew he should go to the police. He had Carl's testimony, the evidence of the safety deposit box. He could expose her, stop the cycle. But as he stood there, the cold seeping into his bones, he realized the futility of it. He was a man who had helped plan a murder. His credibility was ash. Anything he said would be seen as the desperate lie of a guilty man trying to shift blame. He walked home through the rain, the key burning a hole in his pocket. The world had not just held its breath at 307. It had exhaled a poison, and he had inhaled it. He was part of the pattern now, another ghost in her wake. He reached his apartment building and stood looking up at his dark window. He knew then that he would not go in. He would pack a bag, withdraw what money he could, and disappear. Not to start a new life, but to live out the rest of this one in the shadow of the old. He was a claim that had been closed, a file that had been settled. And somewhere in a house that was no longer his concern, a clock was ticking, measuring a time that had run out for everyone but her. The car was a nondescript sedan, bought with cash from a lot on the edge of town. He packed a single bag, his movements slow and deliberate as if he were performing a ritual. He left behind his suits, his files, the legal pads filled with his frantic scribbling. They were the artifacts of a man who no longer existed. He took only the clothes on his back, the money, and the small, plastic-wrapped key. He did not know why he kept it. It was not evidence. It was a tombstone. He drove east toward a dawn that felt like a betrayal. The radio was off. The only sound was the hum of the tires on the wet asphalt and the relentless, silent recitation in his mind, 3rd Chicago balcony. The words were a mantra of his own insignificance. He had not been special. He had been convenient. His precision, his caution, the very qualities he thought made him the master of his fate, were simply the traits she had been shopping for. He crossed state lines as the sun rose, a weak, diluted light behind the clouds. He stopped at a diner where the coffee tasted of tin and the eggs were a pale yellow. He sat in a booth by the window watching the trucks rumble past. A man at the counter was reading a newspaper. On the back page, a small, familiar face stared out, Betsy. The photograph was from the charity luncheon. The headline was vague, something about a foundation she was starting in memory of her late husband's, a philanthropist. A saint of sorrow. Devin put a $10 bill under his plate and walked out. The nausea was sudden and overwhelming. He leaned against the side of his car, breathing in the diesel-scented air. She was not just walking away from the wreckage. She was building a monument with the scrap. He found a motel that rented by the week. The room smelled of mildew and disinfectant. He lay on the stiff bed, the floral pattern of the spread pressing against his cheek. He thought about the villa in Lake Como, the one Fred had dreamed of. He imagined Betsy there now, perhaps with someone new, a careful, precise Italian man she had charmed. He saw her on a balcony, looking out over the water, a faint, untroubled smile on her lips. The thought was not one of anger, but of a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. He was so tired of the puzzle, of the endless, looping search for a truth that changed nothing. Days bled into weeks. He got a job under a different name, stocking shelves at a warehouse store. The work was mindless, physical. He welcomed the ache in his muscles, the sheer boredom of it. It was a penance that required no thought. He avoided people, spoke only when necessary. At night, he watched television, the flickering images a buffer against the silence in his own head. One evening he was channel surfing when a face froze him. It was a true crime documentary, the dramatic music swelling. The narrator was talking about a case from a decade ago, a businessman in Chicago who fell from his balcony. The photograph of the grieving widow filled the screen. She was younger, her hair a different color, but the eyes were the same. The cool, assessing gaze, the perfect, artful sorrow. Devin sat up, the remote falling from his hand. He listened, his heart a cold, hard stone in his chest. The case had been closed, an accident. The narrator, however, hinted at a skeptical detective, at rumors of debts and a large insurance policy. But the evidence was never there. The story ended with the widow moving away, her life a mystery. He turned off the television. The room was plunged into a silence so complete it felt like a physical pressure. He walked to the small, grimy window and looked out at the parking lot. He saw his own reflection, a pale, haunted face superimposed over the neon sign of the motel office. He was a ghost, but she was a phantom, slipping through the cracks of every story, leaving others to play the villain. He understood then that he would never be free. Running was pointless. Hiding was an illusion. He was trapped not by the law, but by the story itself. He was a character in her narrative, and as long as she kept writing, he would exist only in the margins of her life, a footnote of guilt and regret. The clock was not frozen at 3:07. It was ticking forward, counting down toward her next masterpiece, and he was powerless to stop it. All he could do was wait in the silence, wondering when or if his name would ever be spoken again. The silence in the motel room was broken by a sharp, insistent knock. Devin froze, his reflection in the window pane seeming to flinch. No one knew he was here. No one should be knocking. His mind, for a fleeting second, conjured an image of Betsy, standing calmly in the motel corridor, her expression one of mild curiosity. But that was fantasy. This was something else. He did not answer. He stood perfectly still, his breath held, waiting. The knock came again, harder this time, a sound of official impatience. "Mr. Croft, we know you're in there. This is the police." The voice was not Jackson's. It was younger, flatter. Devin felt a strange, detached calm. This was it. Carl had talked, or someone had pieced it together. The story was reasserting itself, correcting its course. He was a loose end, after all. He walked to the door and opened it. Two uniformed officers stood there, their faces neutral. The one in front, a man with a close-shaven head, spoke. Devin Croft. "Well, yes. We need you to come with us. There are some questions." "About what?" Devin asked, though he knew. "The death of Frederick Miller and the death of Detective Samuel Jackson." The use of Jackson's full first name struck him. Samuel. It made him sound like a real person, not just a player in Betsy's game. Devin nodded slowly. "All right." He did not ask for a lawyer. He did not protest. He simply followed them out to the patrol car, the motel door swinging shut behind him on a life that had already ended weeks ago. The ride to the station was a blur of streetlights and passing cars. He was processed, fingerprinted, and placed in an interrogation room. It was a small, airless box with a table and 3 chairs. He sat and waited. The man who eventually entered was not a uniformed officer. He was in a rumpled suit, his tie loosened. He introduced himself as Detective Irwin. He had a tired, intelligent face and none of Jackson's performative weariness. "I'll be straight with you, Mr. Croft," Irwin began, placing a file on the table but not opening it. "We've been reviewing the Miller and Jackson cases. A few things don't sit right. Your sudden departure from the city raised flags. Then we got a tip, an anonymous letter, actually, very detailed." Devin said nothing. He looked at the detective's hands. They were still. The letter suggested that the relationship between Mrs. Miller and Detective Jackson was more complicated than it appeared. It suggested that you might have been manipulated. It also mentioned a safety deposit box key. Devin's eyes flicked up to meet Irwin's. So Carl had not come forward himself. He had written a letter. He was still protecting himself, a silent partner to the end. "I don't have a key," Devin said. It was the truth. He had left it in the motel room, taped to the bottom of the nightstand, a relic for some future maid to find. Irwin studied him for a long moment. "We found it. We served a warrant on your motel room an hour ago." He opened the file and slid a photograph across the table. It was the key, sealed in its evidence bag, lying on the motel's floral bedspread. We also accessed the box. The contents were illuminating. Devon waited for the feeling of vindication, of release. It did not come. There was only a hollow, metallic taste in his mouth. The diaries, the emails from the Chicago man. It paints a picture of a pattern, Mr. Croft. A very long, very profitable pattern. You were not the first man to be carefully positioned as the prime suspect in the death of her husband. "Then you know," Devon said, his voice a dry whisper. "You know what she is." "I know what the evidence suggests," Irwin corrected him, his tone meticulously neutral. "But evidence needs a context, and your context is problematic. You helped plan a murder. You were in the room when Jackson died. Your prints are on the gun. You fled. A jury will see a guilty man trying to shift blame onto a grieving widow." Devon looked down at the table. The detective was right. The truth was not a key that unlocked a door. It was just another, more intricate lock. "Here is what I think happened," Irwin said, leaning forward slightly. "I think you and Betsy Miller conspired to kill her husband. I think Jackson discovered this. I think he confronted you, and in the struggle he was killed. Perhaps it was self-defense, perhaps it was panic, but you and Betsy had a story ready and you stuck to it. Now, for reasons of your own, you've had a falling out. You want to bring her down with you." It was a perfectly logical story. It was clean. It fit all the facts that mattered. Devon saw that Irwin was a good detective, but he was also a man who dealt in provable facts, not in phantoms. Betsy was a phantom. She left no fingerprints, only narratives. "So what happens now?" Devon asked. "Now you are formally under arrest for the murder of Samuel Jackson. The investigation into Frederick Miller's death is being reopened. We will, of course, be speaking with Mrs. Miller at length." A small, grim smile touched Devon's lips. "You can speak with her, but you'll never touch her. She's already written your part in this. You're just another investigator closing another case. She's the victim. She's always the victim." Irwin didn't respond. He simply gathered his file and stood up. "We'll talk again soon, Mr. Croft." The door clicked shut, leaving Devon alone in the silent room. He was back in the cage, but it was a different cage now, with bars of law and evidence. He had given them the truth, and they had used it to build a stronger prison for him. He thought of Betsy being questioned in her beautiful house. He could imagine her calm demeanor, her delicate tears, her profound confusion at these terrible accusations against a man she had tried to help. She would be magnificent. He laid his head on the cold metal table. The hum of the fluorescent light was the only sound. It was a dry, electric buzz, like a clock ticking down to nothing. He closed his eyes. There were no more moves to make, no more patterns to trace. He was finally and utterly erased. The public defender assigned to him was a young woman named Sarah Flores. Her eyes held a determined kindness that Devon found almost painful to look at. She laid out the case against him in a small, windowless room that smelled of stale coffee. The evidence was circumstantial but strong. His planning of the perfect crime, his presence at Jackson's death, his flight. The key and the contents of the safety deposit box were, she explained, a double-edged sword. They pointed to Betsy's pattern, but they also cemented his motive, a desperate attempt to escape her manipulation, even if it meant killing a police officer. "They ray offering a deal," Sarah said, her fingers steepled on the table. "Second-degree murder for Jackson. They LL dropped the conspiracy charge for Miller. It's 20 years with the possibility of parole." Devon looked past her at the scuff marks on the pale green wall, and her. Betsy, Sarah's expression tightened. They interviewed her for 6 hours. She was devastated, confused. She said you must have been the one to plant those things in the safety deposit box to frame her, that you were a brilliant, troubled man who had fooled everyone, including her. There's no physical evidence linking her to Jackson's death. nothing. It's your word against the portrait of a saint. He had expected nothing less. The pattern was complete. He was the sole author of the tragedy in the eyes of the law, and she was its most poignant victim. "Tell them no deal," Devin said, his voice quiet but clear. Sarah stared at him. "Devin, without a deal, they'll go for first degree. The flight, the planning, they'll say you ambushed Jackson. It could be life. You have to take this." "I am not confessing to a murder I didn't commit," he said. "It wasn't about truth or justice anymore. It was about the last, small piece of ground he could stand on. If he accepted their story, he would be agreeing to the final draft of her narrative. His refusal was the only edit he could make." The trial was a short, brutal affair. Betsy testified, a vision in somber, elegant black. She spoke of her love for Fred, her trust in Devin, her horror at discovering his true nature. She never looked at him directly, but her performance was for the jury, and they watched her mesmerized. When the prosecutor asked her about the safety deposit box, she dabbed her eyes with a tissue and said, in a broken voice, "I don't know why he would do that. Why he would try to destroy my memories of Fred like that. It's the cruelest thing of all." Devin's defense was a whisper in a hurricane. Sarah fought valiantly, presenting the pattern, the Chicago case, Carl's anonymous letter. But Carl himself was nowhere to be found, and the Chicago case was a closed, dusty file. It all sounded like the convoluted conspiracy theory of a guilty man. The jury was out for less than 4 hours. He was found guilty of the first-degree murder of Samuel Jackson. As the judge read the verdict, Devin stood straight, his hands cuffed in front of him. He did not look at the jury or at Betsy, who was sobbing quietly into her hands. He looked at the back of the courtroom. For a moment he thought he saw Carl, the fisherman, standing in the shadows of the doorway, but when he blinked, the space was empty. The judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The transport to the state penitentiary was a long, rattling bus ride. He was processed again, issued a jumpsuit, and assigned a cell. It was smaller than his motel room, the air thick with the smell of disinfectant and despair. He sat on the edge of the thin cot, the metal frame groaning under his weight. This was the final, perfect prison, the one he had not planned. There were no clocks in his cell, but he could feel the seconds passing, each one a grain of sand burying him deeper. He was a closed file, a settled claim. He had become a part of the silence he had always feared. Weeks or perhaps months later, a guard slid a folded magazine through the slot in his door. It was a glossy business publication, months out of date. Someone had left it in the common area. Out of boredom, he flipped through it. In the society section near the back was a photograph, a charity gala, and there she was, Betsy. She was not in black anymore. She wore a dress of deep, vibrant blue. She was smiling, her arm linked with that of a silver-haired man in a tuxedo. The caption identified him as a prominent venture capitalist from San Francisco. Her expression was not one of grief or recovery. It was one of serene, untroubled triumph. Devin let the magazine fall to the floor. He lay back on his cot and stared at the cracked ceiling. He thought of Fred Miller, of the villa in Lake Como, of a simple man who believed he was loved. He thought of Jackson, a good detective who thought he was closing a case. He thought of the man in Chicago and the one in San Francisco. And he finally understood his role. He was not the demolition crew. He was the foundation. He was the stable, believable base upon which she built her beautiful, enduring lies. His life sentence was not a punishment. It was a preservation. He was being kept here in this concrete box to ensure the story she had written would never, ever be rewritten. He was the guarantee of her freedom. And in that, he had finally, in the most terrible way possible, served his purpose. The days began to fold into one another, a seamless gray blanket of routine. He worked in the prison laundry, the steam and the smell of bleach a welcome erasure of thought. He ate his meals. He exercised in the yard, walking a slow, precise circuit along the fence. He spoke to no one. He was a ghost among ghosts, and he preferred it that way. One afternoon, a new transfer was assigned to the bunk above him. The man was young, twitchy, his eyes darting constantly like trapped flies. He tried to talk to Devin, to share his story of a bad deal and a worse lawyer. Devin turned his face to the wall and said nothing. After a few days, the young man was moved, deemed incompatible. Devin felt a faint, grim satisfaction. He was not just a prisoner. He was a void, repelling anything that tried to connect. A year passed, or maybe two. Time was measured in the wearing thin of his jumpsuit, the gradual fading of the paint on the cell walls. Then a letter arrived. It was the first piece of mail he had received. The envelope was plain white with no return address. Inside was a single glossy photograph. It was a postcard. On the front was a picture of a villa, terracotta-colored, with lush green vines crawling up its walls and a breathtaking view of a sparkling blue lake, Lake Como. On the back, in a familiar, elegant script, were just two words, "Thank you." He held the photograph until the edges grew damp from his sweat. There was no signature, no need for one. It was not a taunt, not in the way he might have once interpreted it. It was an invoice, a statement of account confirming that his payment had been received and was appreciated. She was not just free, she was living the dream he had helped design for another man. He was the foundation, and this was the monument. That night he dreamed of the water. He was not drowning but floating on his back, looking up at a sky of impossible blue. The sun was warm on his face. It was peaceful. When he woke, the silence of his cell felt different. It was no longer an absence, but a presence. It was the silence of a story that was, for everyone else, over. He had reached the final page. There was a strange, hollow peace in that. The puzzle was solved. He was the final, fitting piece. He closed his eyes and tried to find his way back to the dream, to the feeling of the sun on his skin and the water holding him. Weightless and absolved of everything, he never received another letter. The postcard was the final period on the sentence she had written for him. He kept it tucked into the thin mattress, a secret more potent than any shiv. Sometimes he would take it out and study the villa, the lake, the perfect serenity of the scene. He wasn't looking for clues anymore. He was looking for the flaw, the crack in the masterpiece, but there was none. It was perfect, just like her. The new warden introduced a vocational program. Inmates could learn carpentry, small engine repair, or data entry. Devin chose data entry. It was mindless, rhythmic work, translating handwritten forms into a digital database. He found a grim satisfaction in the act of transcription, in taking messy, human scrawls and rendering them into clean, uniform type. He was good at it. He never made errors. One day, a stack of old police evidence logs from another county was brought in for digitization. The work was monotonous, a river of case numbers and inventory lists. Then a name jumped out at him from a faded log sheet. It was from a city hundreds of miles away, dated 2 years after his conviction. The item listed was a single pearl earring, found clutched in the hand of a John Doe pulled from a river. The John Doe was identified as Carl Mikkelsen. Devin's fingers stopped over the keyboard. Carl, the fisherman, the silent partner. He had wondered idly what had become of him. Now he knew. He finished entering the data, his movements mechanical. He felt nothing, not even surprise. It was just another loose end neatly tied off. He wondered if the pearl was a match for the one Betsy had been wearing the night they met. He would never know, and it didn't matter. The story didn't require him to know. He continued his work, the click of the keys the only sound in the sterile computer lab. He thought of Betsy, not with anger or longing, but with a kind of professional respect. She was a master craftswoman. She built her worlds with care and precision, and when she was done, she closed the door behind her. He was living in one of those closed rooms. So was Carl, so was Fred, so was Jackson. A guard called his name. His shift was over. He logged out of the terminal, stood up, and fell in line with the other inmates for the march back to the cell block. The corridor was long and echoing, a tunnel of concrete and steel. He kept his eyes forward on the back of the man in front of him. He didn't think about the future because he didn't have one. He didn't think about the past because it belonged to her. There was only the present, the sound of shuffling feet, the smell of old sweat and new disinfectant, the weight of the silence that was now his only true companion. It was enough, it had to be. The data entry became his entire world. He requested extra shifts, filling his days with the soft glow of the monitor and the steady tap of the keys. The guards were happy to oblige. He was a model of quiet industry. He was erasing himself, keystroke by keystroke, becoming as blank and featureless as the screens he worked on. One afternoon, a new batch of records arrived. These were not police logs, but digitized archives from a small-town newspaper. His task was to tag articles for a historical database. He worked through them methodically: town fairs, council meetings, obituaries. Then he saw her. It was a society page photo from just a few months ago. Betsy, now using her maiden name Alton, was standing next to the silver-haired venture capitalist. They were at a groundbreaking ceremony for a new library wing. She was holding a gold-painted shovel, her smile radiant. The caption noted it was a gift from the newlyweds, Mr. and Mrs. Alton Carson. So she had married again. Devin felt a distant, clinical click in his mind, like a final piece of a mechanism sliding into place. The venture capitalist had not been a fling, he had been the next project. The library wing was his late Camo, his perfect public gift that cemented his legacy and her status. Devin tagged the article with the required keywords: philanthropy, donation, local news. He did not pause, he did not slow down. He moved to the next article, a piece about a high school basketball championship. He entered the data with perfect accuracy. He was a flawless instrument of transcription. He understood now that his life, his memory, his very existence was just another archive she had created and then closed, and he was finally painstakingly filing himself away. The work was its own reward, a meditation of pure process. He finished the newspaper archives and was assigned to shipping manifests, then to hospital intake records from the 1980s. The content was irrelevant, the act was everything. He was a scribe in a silent monastery, copying texts whose meanings had long since faded. A change in the routine came with the spring. The data entry program was to be expanded, and a journalist was granted permission to write a feature on the prison's rehabilitation efforts. Devin was selected for an interview, cited as a model of the program's success. He refused. The warden insisted. It was, he was told, not a request. The interview was held in a small, brightly lit office adjacent to the library. The journalist was a woman in her 40s with a sharp, attentive face. She asked him about the program, about the value of the work. Devin answered in monotone, using as few words as possible. He spoke of structure. He spoke of focus. "You were convicted of a very high-profile crime," the journalist said, shifting her approach. "The Betsy Miller case. Do you ever think about that, about her?" Devin's eyes fixed on a small scuff on the table between them. "No," he said. It's a remarkable story. She's quite a figure, a survivor. She's done a lot of philanthropic work since then. She's built a whole new life." Devin said nothing. The hum of the fluorescent light was a familiar drone. "The official story is that you acted alone," the journalist pressed, her voice softening with a false sympathy. "But there were always whispers, conspiracies. Do you have anything you want to say after all this time, for the record?" He looked at her, then really looked at her. He saw the eager curiosity in her eyes, the hunger for a secret, for a twist in a tale everyone thought was finished. She was not seeking truth. She was seeking a better story. He was a relic of an old scandal, and she was hoping he could be polished up for a new audience. He gave her what she wanted, but not in the way she expected. "The record is correct," Devin said, his voice flat and final. "I acted alone." The light in her eyes dimmed. She asked a few more perfunctory questions before packing away her recorder. The article, when it was published a month later, was a brief, uplifting piece about second chances through technology. His name was mentioned only once. He was a success story, a man who had found peace in routine. He read it in the prison library and felt a cold sense of completion. He had given his last performance. He had spoken his last line. He had become the quiet, remorseful man she needed him to be, even here, even now. The narrative was sealed in every world, in every way. There was a profound and terrible freedom in having no self left to defend. The library was quiet after he finished the article. He placed the magazine back on the rack, aligning it perfectly with the others. On his way back to his cell, a commotion erupted in the common area. A new inmate, a large man with a web of tattoos across his neck, was shoving another against a wall, yelling about a stolen carton of cigarettes. Guards moved in, their shouts echoing off the concrete. The other prisoners watched, a gallery of blank faces. Devin did not pause. He walked through the chaos as if it were a mist, untouched and uninterested. He had once been a man who saw patterns in everything. Now he saw only the pattern of his own steps, the path from his cell to the work terminal and back again. It was a closed loop. It was a perfect, inescapable system. He lay on his cot that night, the hum of the prison a constant in his ears, and realized the sound did not bother him anymore. It was no longer the hum of captivity, but the hum of the machine he had become. And a machine feels no regret, no anger, no loss. It simply runs until one day it stops. Story 4. The world holds its breath at 3:17 in the afternoon. It is not a natural stillness. This is the silence of a skipped heartbeat, of a predator frozen mid-pounce. Outside my office window, the city of Ethelberg should be a symphony of gridlock and construction, a relentless percussion of commerce. But today there's only the low, gray hum of a dead channel, the sound of nothing at all. The air is thick and heavy, a wool blanket pressing down on the rooftops. Even the dust motes hanging in the slanted light from the blinds seem suspended, afraid to drift. Time itself has paused, I think, to better conceal a crime. The phone on my desk rings, a shrill blade slicing through the quiet, and I know, with a certainty that feels like a memory, that this is the call that will unravel what is left of me. Her name was Elena, and her voice was the kind of expensive whiskey that burns all the way down. She didn't ask for me, she stated me as if confirming a fact she already knew. Harvey Kane, she said, it wasn't a question. She needed me to find her husband, Bruce. He was a good man, she insisted, a troubled man, a war veteran with ghosts in his eyes and a fragility he hid behind a quiet strength. He was also the prime suspect in the murder of a literary critic named Julian Croft, whose body had been found in his study with a letter opener lodged in his ear. Bruce had vanished into the city's damp underbelly. The police, she said with a dismissive flick I could almost hear in her tone, were not looking for the truth. They were looking for a body to fit the crime. I took the case. It's what I do. I find things that are lost. I found Bruce 2 nights later, not through any brilliant deduction, but through the simple, grimy arithmetic of the city. He was holed up in a flophouse near the docks, a place that smelled of stale brine and rotting wood. The room was a cube of despair, the walls stained with the ghosts of forgotten lives. He was sitting on the edge of a bare mattress, a big man folded in on himself, his hands trembling. He didn't look like a killer. He looked like a shattered monument. His eyes, when they met mine, were the color of a winter sky after the sun has given up. Harvey Kane, he said, echoing his wife, and in those 2 words I heard a profound and weary relief. He didn't confess, he didn't proclaim his innocence. He just started talking, his voice a low, rusty scrape. He talked about the sand, the heat, the way the air tasted of metal and dust. He talked about the weight of a rifle and the silence that follows a shot. He talked about coming home to a world that felt like a poorly constructed film set, all false fronts and painted smiles. And he talked about Elena, her beauty a sharp, bright light that sometimes hurt to look at, her restlessness a constant, low-grade fever in their home. He had been at a bar called the Pen and Pistol that night, he said, drinking with a writer, a man named Jerome. He didn't remember much after that. There were black holes in his memory, voids left by the pills he took to quiet the storms in his head. I didn't believe him, not entirely, but I believed in his torment. It was a real, physical thing in that room, a presence as tangible as the dampness seeping through the walls. A bond formed in that squalor, not of friendship, but of shared understanding. I saw the lost boy inside the broken soldier. I had been one myself once. I gave him what cash I had, told him to sit tight, to trust no one, not even the police, especially not the police. I told him I would find the truth. It was a promise I made to the ghost of the man I used to be. The investigation was a bitter journey through a landscape of reflections and shadows. The pen and pistol was a cave of lost souls, the air a permanent fog of cigarette smoke and regret. Jerome the writer was a monument to self-destruction, a brilliant mind drowning in a sea of cheap gin. He was a large man, soft around the edges, with eyes that held a frightening, febrile intelligence. He remembered Bruce, the soldier he slurred, his breath a flammable cloud. Quiet. Polished his glass with his thumb all night, looked like he was trying to erase it. Jerome spoke in aphorisms and fragments. Elena, he said, and a strange, sad smile touched his lips. A beautiful trap. Bruce is just the latest to spring it. When I mentioned Julian Croft, the dead critic, Jerome's face darkened. A parasite in a silk waistcoat. Didn't he critique books? He performed autopsies on them, and he always killed the patient. He claimed not to know anything about the murder, but his eyes darted around the room like startled birds. He was afraid. The threads began to weave a darker pattern. Julian Croft had been eviscerating the new novel of a media tycoon, Anthony Voss, in a series of very public, very brutal critiques. Voss, a man who built skyscrapers and broke governments, was not a man accustomed to criticism. His influence was a subtle poison in the city's bloodstream. He owned politicians, police captains, maybe even judges. To cross him was to risk disappearing into the machinery of his empire. And then there was Delaney. She was a curator at a modern art museum, a woman who moved with the serene, predatory grace of a panther. I first saw her at a gallery opening, a splash of cool color in a room of hot, loud people. She found me watching her. She didn't smile. She simply held my gaze for a moment too long, an unspoken challenge before turning away. She was connected to Voss, rumored to be his muse, his confidant, his something. When I finally spoke to her, her words were carefully calibrated, each one placed like a piece on a chessboard. Bruce is a casualty, she said, her voice low and melodious. A piece of collateral damage in a war he doesn't even know is being fought. You should walk away, Mr. Kane. This city eats idealists for breakfast. Elena was becoming a stranger to me. The grieving wife began to show cracks, revealing a woman of immense calculation. I followed her one evening. She didn't go to a friend's house or a support group. She went to the penthouse apartment of Anthony Voss. She wasn't there to plead for her husband. She was there for 2 hours, and when she left, she adjusted her dress with a brisk, practiced motion, her face a mask of cool satisfaction. When I confronted her, her mask slipped for only a second, revealing a core of pure, cold steel. You think this is about one dead man, she hissed. This is about survival. My survival. Bruce is an acceptable loss. The pieces were all on the board, but the game made no sense. Bruce, the pawn, Elena, the queen moving in mysterious ways, Jerome, the jester who knew too much, Delaney, the bishop, cutting a diagonal path across the board, and Voss, the king, sitting in his tower, protected by an army of shadows. The climax was not a shootout or a dramatic chase. It was a quiet, terrible conversation in Jerome's book-cluttered apartment. He was more sober than I had ever seen him, the gin bottle on his desk unopened. The fear was gone from his eyes, replaced by a profound resignation. He had been Croft's primary source for the hatchet job on Voss's novel. He had given Croft the ammunition, the inside knowledge of Voss's plagiarisms and insecurities. But Croft had gone too far, had threatened to reveal something else, something Jerome had confessed to him in a moment of drunken weakness. A secret from his past, an old, cold sin. Voss found out, Jerome said, his voice flat. He didn't get angry, he made an offer, a trade. He would make my little secret disappear forever if I made his Julian Croft problem disappear. He looked at his hands, at the pen held between his fingers. I couldn't do it. I am a writer of cheap thrills, not a killer. But I knew someone who could. Someone with training, with a fractured mind, who could be manipulated. I poured drinks down his throat. I filled his head with lies about his wife and Croft. I gave him the letter opener, a beautiful, heavy, silver thing. I told him it was for his own protection. I led him to the door and pointed him inside. I never thought he'd actually do it. I thought the threat would be enough for Voss. He had used Bruce as a weapon, a scalpel to excise a problem. and Elena, seeing the opportunity, had used the ensuing chaos to secure her own position with Voss, trading her compromised husband for a place in the tycoon-s inner circle. It was all so clean, so clinical, so utterly corrupt. I left Jerome there, sitting in the gathering dark, a man condemned by his own cowardice. I had the truth. It was a cold, heavy stone in my gut. I went to the flophouse to tell Bruce, to offer him some shred of this terrible knowledge, but the room was empty. The mattress was bare. The only thing left was the faint, metallic scent of fear on the air. He was gone, vanished back into the city-s bloodstream. I went to the police. I laid it all out for Detective Miller, a man with the tired eyes and perpetual skepticism of his trade. I gave him Jerome's confession, the connections to Voss, the whole rotten edifice. He listened, he took notes, he nodded. A week later, Jerome was found dead in his apartment, an apparent suicide. A note, they said, full of rambling guilt about the murder of Julian Croft. The case was closed. No mention of Voss, no mention of Elena. Bruce was still a fugitive, a ghost. I saw Elena once more, stepping out of a limousine on the arm of D'Anthony Voss. She was wearing a dress that cost more than my car. She saw me standing there in the rain. Our eyes met for a single, suspended moment. There was no remorse there, no triumph. There was nothing at all. It was the most frightening thing I had ever seen. Then she turned away, and the powerful man led her into the bright, warm lights of the restaurant, and the door closed behind them. The truth was out, but it didn't matter. It was a pebble dropped into a bottomless well. There was no justice, only consequence. The powerful remained powerful, the corrupted remained in place, and the broken were swept away, forgot. I had set out to find a missing man, and instead I found the blueprint of the world, and it was a bleak and unforgiving design. Now I sit in my office in the same chair, the world outside my window once again holding its breath. The silence is different now. It is not waiting for a crime to be concealed. It is the silence that follows, the hollow echo of a truth that was too heavy to bear. And in the quiet, if I listen very closely, I can hear it. Not a memory, but a presence. The slow, steady, relentless drip of a faucet somewhere in the building. A sound that promises the mystery is never over, that the corruption is eternal, and that the city is always, always holding its breath. The drip was the only clock I had now. It measured out the empty hours between one gray dawn and the next. My work had dried up, not officially, of course. But a man who pokes at the foundations of power finds that the ground beneath his own feet becomes remarkably unstable. My name was mud in the circles that mattered. The phone, that shrill blade, had fallen silent for good. I tried to drink myself into a state of forgetting, but the whiskey just made the memories sharper. Bruce S. Winter Sky eyes, Jerome S. resigned confession, Elena S. final empty gaze. They were a slideshow projected on the back of my skull. I was the sole audience for a tragedy that had been declared a comedy by the powers that be. The joke was on me. A month after the door closed on Elena and Voss, a plain, unmarked envelope was slipped under my office door. There was no name, no return address. Inside was a single, crisp key and a small, rectangular card for a storage facility called the Vault, located in the industrial wasteland on the city's edge. The unit number was written in a neat, anonymous hand. It was not an invitation. It was a summons. I drove out there that evening, the city lights receding in my rearview mirror, replaced by the skeletal outlines of derelict factories. The Vault was a long, low-slung building of corrugated metal, bathed in the sickly orange glow of sodium vapor lights. The place was deserted. My footsteps echoed in the cavernous space as I found the unit and slid the key into the lock. The metal door rattled upwards, revealing a space not much larger than a closet. Inside was a single object, a heavy military-issue duffel bag. I unzipped it. It was full of money. Neat, bound stacks of cash, enough to disappear forever. On top of the money was a sealed, legal-sized envelope. I tore it open. The document inside was a deed to a small, remote property in a state I'd never visited, held in a trust under a name that was not mine, but which I could easily claim. And tucked into the fold of the deed was a photograph. It was a telephoto shot, grainy but clear. It showed a man sitting on a wooden porch, his face tilted towards a mountain range. He was thinner, his hair longer, but it was him. Bruce. He was looking at the sunset, and for the first time his eyes did not look like a winter sky. They looked quiet. There was no note, no explanation. It was a payoff, of course. A severance package for a problem that had been solved. A bribe to ensure my silence was permanent, but it was also something else. It was an apology from a machine that had no capacity for remorse. It was a thread of mercy woven into the bleak design. I stood there for a long time, the cold seeping through my shoes, the duffel bag at my feet. I could take it. I could walk away from the dripping faucet and the silent phone in the city that held its breath. I could go to where Bruce was and find a different kind of silence. Or I could leave it all there, lock the door, and drive back to my office to wait for a call that would never come. I picked up the duffel bag. It was heavier than I expected. I carried it to my car and threw it in the trunk. The sound it made was not the clink of coins or the rustle of paper. It was the sound of a door closing and another one somewhere far away cracking open. I got in the car and started the engine. I didn't look back at the storage unit. I just drove, leaving the orange glow behind me, heading not towards the city, but towards the on-ramp of the highway that led out of Ethelberg. The mystery was over, the corruption was eternal. But for one broken man, the breath the city had been holding was finally released. The highway unspooled before me, a black ribbon leading away from the perpetual twilight of Ethelberg. I drove for hours, the city-esque gravity slowly losing its hold. The money in the trunk was a lead weight, a tangible ghost from the life I was leaving behind. I didn't feel free. I felt like a document that had been stamped and filed away in a drawer marked resolved. I found the property after 2 days of driving through landscapes that grew progressively quieter and more vast. It was a small, weathered cabin nestled in a pine valley, exactly as the photograph had promised. It was humble and sturdy, with a porch that looked out over a silent, forested ridge. No one was there. The door was unlocked. Inside was Spartan, a wood stove, a rough-hewn table, a bed with a clean but thin mattress. It was a place for a man to be alone with his thoughts. I wondered if that was a kindness or a punishment. I settled into the rhythm of the silence. It was different from the city, as this was not a held breath, but a deep, natural exhalation. I chopped wood. I drew water from a well. I watched the light change on the mountains. The money stayed in the duffel bag, shoved into a crawl space under the floor. I didn't touch it. It was not mine. It was a phantom limb, a reminder of the transaction that had bought my exile. A week after I arrived, I saw him. It was early morning, and a mist clung to the bases of the trees. He emerged from the woods like an apparition, carrying a dead rabbit in one hand. He was thinner, harder, his movements more deliberate. He stopped at the edge of the clearing and looked at the cabin, at the smoke curling from the chimney. He didn't seem surprised. I stepped out onto the porch. We stood 20 yards apart, two ghosts in the morning chill. His eyes were the same, but the turmoil was gone, replaced by a deep, weary calm. "They told me you might come," he said. His voice was clearer now, the rust scraped away by the mountain air. "Who told you?" I asked, though I already knew. He didn't answer. He held up the rabbit. "I don't need your help, Kane, but there's enough to share." That was how it began. We didn't talk about Ethelberg. We didn't talk about Elena or Voss or Jerome. We talked about the weather, about animal tracks, about the best way to split a log. We shared meals in a silence that was not uncomfortable. He was a man doing penance, and I was a man who had delivered the sentence. We were bound by a truth that had no use in the world anymore. One evening, sitting on the porch as the stars pricked the velvet sky, he finally broke the unspoken rule. She sent it, didn't she? The money. I nodded, staring into the dark. A payoff, a goodbye. He was quiet for a long time. "It wasn't tea from her," he said, his voice low. "It was from him. Voss, it's how he operates. He doesn't just break you. He buys the pieces and arranges them to his liking. He gave her what she wanted. He gave me this. He gave you an exit. It makes him feel like a god." The pieces shifted again, settling into a final, chilling configuration. Elena hadn't shown me a shred of mercy. This was Voss tidying up, asserting his ultimate control over every player in his game. He had even orchestrated my redemption. I looked at Bruce. In the starlight, his profile was that of a stone carving. "Do you ever think about going back?" I asked, a foolish question. He shook his head, a slow, final movement. "There's nothing there for me. There's nothing here either, but here the nothing is clean." I understood. Ethelberg's corruption was a living thing, a complex, breathing organism. This silence, this emptiness was a simpler truth. It was the void after the explosion. The next morning he was gone. He didn't leave a note. He had simply moved on, a solitary creature unable to share its habitat for long. I was alone again, truly alone this time. I stayed in the cabin for another month, watching the seasons begin to turn. Then one day I pulled the duffel bag from its hiding place. I didn't count the money. I drove to the nearest town, found a post office, and mailed the entire thing to a veterans' charity in a city far from Ethelberg. I kept only enough for a bus ticket and a few meals. I didn't know where I was going, not back to the city. That chapter was closed, its final page written by a tycoon's hand. The highway stretched out before me again, but this time it felt different. The weight was gone. I had no office, no phone, no name that meant anything. I was just a man in a seat moving through the world. The mystery was over. The corruption was eternal. But I was no longer holding my breath waiting for it to end. I was just breathing. And for now, that was enough. The bus smelled of stale cigarettes and disinfectant. It was a rolling tomb, carrying the living dead from one nowhere to another. I didn't care. The motion was a kind of peace. I watched the world blur past the window, a tapestry of gas stations, forgotten towns, and fields lying fallow. I was untethered, a satellite that had slipped its orbit. I got off in a place called Meridian, a town built around a railroad that didn't stop here anymore. I rented a room above a diner with the last of the cash. The bed sagged in the middle and the walls were thin, but the faucet didn't drip. It was a start. I found work washing dishes in the diner downstairs. The work was hot, mindless, and honest. My hands grew raw and pruned from the water, and the cook, a grizzled man named Frank, spoke only to complain about the price of eggs. It was perfect. For the first time in years, I slept through the night. The dreams of Elena's empty eyes and Jerome's resigned confession faded, replaced by the mundane anxiety of dropping a stack of plates. I was nobody. I was the new dishwasher. It was a title that carried no history, no weight. Weeks bled into months. The sharp edges of Ethelberg softened, becoming a dark fable from another life. I thought I had successfully buried it all under a mountain of soap suds and grilled grease. Then one rainy Tuesday, a man in a cheap suit walked into the diner. He didn't look like a local. He had the weary, institutional look of a bureaucrat or a cop. He took a seat at the counter and ordered a coffee, his eyes scanning the room before landing on me, visible through the service window. He waited until my shift was over. I was heading out the back door into the alley when his voice stopped me. Liam Kane. I kept walking. The name meant nothing here. He was persistent, falling into step beside me. "My name is Miller, Detective Miller." I stopped then, the rain plastering my hair to my forehead. It wasn't the same Miller from Ethelberg. This man was younger, his face harder, but the name was a key turning in a lock I had sealed shut. "I think you have the wrong person," I said, my voice even. He pulled a photograph from his inside pocket, sheltered from the rain. It was a picture of Elena, but it wasn't the polished socialite I remembered. This was a mug shot. Her hair was disheveled, her famous eyes wide with shock and something else, something raw and terrified. "She asked for you," Miller said, his voice low, "before she was transferred to the state penitentiary. She said only you would understand. She said to tell you the queen has been toppled." I stared at the photograph. The cold, perfect mask was shattered. Voss's empire, it seemed, was not so eternal after all. The machinery had finally chewed up one of its own. "I don't know anything," I said, the old refrain coming back to me as easily as a breath. Miller nodded as if he'd expected that. "She's facing multiple counts of conspiracy, fraud, and being an accessory after the fact. She's talking, but no one believes her. She says you would. She says you have the other half of the story. I looked past him down the alley to the street where my freedom began. I had a clean, simple life. I had silence. Taking that call, even now, would be like inviting a virus back into my blood. Tell her I'm gone, I said. Tell her the private detective she knew doesn't exist anymore. I turned and walked away, leaving the detective standing in the rain. I went back to my room and sat on the edge of the sagging bed. The silence I had cultivated so carefully was different now. It was no longer empty. It was filled with the echo of a name, a face, a story I had tried to leave behind. The mystery was over, but it had spawned a new one. The queen had been toppled, and from her cell she was whispering my name. I looked at my hands, red and rough from honest work. Then I looked at the door. The city was far away, but its long shadow had finally found me. And I knew with a sickening certainty that I was already holding my breath again. The rain tapped a dull rhythm against my window, a code I had no desire to decipher. I changed my shirt, the coarse cotton of my work uniform feeling like a disguise that had suddenly become transparent. Downstairs, the diner was quiet, the lunch rush a distant memory. Frank was scrubbing the grill, his back to me. I walked past him through the swinging doors and out into the street. The bus station was a block away, a terminal for transients and lost causes. I bought a ticket to Ethelberg with the last of my dishwashing money. It felt like purchasing a ticket to my own execution. The bus ride was a reverse of the journey that had saved me, each mile a concession, a surrender to a past I was powerless to escape. I didn't go to the police. I went to the state penitentiary, a hulking complex of gray stone that seemed to absorb the weak afternoon light. I gave my name, the old name, and after a long wait in a room that smelled of bleach and despair, they brought her out. Elena was housed in a jumpsuit the color of mud. Her beauty was still there, but it was a ruin now, a cathedral bombed into a poignant skeleton. Her eyes, which had been empty, were now full of a frantic, intelligent fear. "You came," she said, her voice a dry rustle. Her hands, cuffed to the table, trembled slightly. "You said I'd understand," I replied. "I don't." It was always a trap, Kane, for him, for Voss. She leaned forward, her chains rattling. I wasn't trading Jerome for a place at his side. I was building a case. I needed to get close, to get evidence. I needed him to trust me completely. I stared at her, trying to find the lie. It was a magnificent story, a grand narrative of revenge and justice. But I had seen the blueprint of her world. And Bruce, was he part of your grand design? Was his life just collateral damage? A flicker of genuine pain crossed her face. Bruce was an unforeseen variable, my one regret. Voss found out about him. He used him as a lever against me. I had to play my part, even when it meant destroying an innocent man. I had to be colder than he was. She was good, she was so very good. She was offering me a new truth, one where she was the hero, the master planner, the one who brought the giant down. It was a truth that wanted to believe in justice. "Why are you telling me this now?" I asked. "Because they don't believe me," she whispered, her composure cracking. "The evidence I gathered, the files, the transactions, it's all circumstantial without a witness. Voss' lawyers are painting me as a spurned, hysterical woman. They're going to bury me in here and he'll walk away, maybe a little bruised but free." She looked at me, her eyes pleading. "You're the witness, Kane. You saw the pieces. You saw what he did to Bruce, to Jerome. You can connect it. You can give my story a spine." I sat back, so that was it. I wasn't here for closure or a confession. I was a tool, the final piece of her evidence. She had orchestrated this, too, from her cell. She had reached out and pulled me back into the game because she had no other moves left. "The detective said you told him the Queen has been toppled," I said. A faint, bitter smile touched her lips. "It's a chess term. It's not about winning, it's a sacrifice. You offer your most powerful piece to gain a decisive advantage. I sacrificed everything. My life, my name, my freedom, all to checkmate the king." I looked at this woman, this queen who had sacrificed her entire board, and I didn't know if I was looking at a tragic hero or the most brilliant liar I had ever met. didn't matter. The truth was a currency, and hers was the only one being offered. I had come back, and in doing so, I had already chosen to believe it. The city was waiting, its breath held, not for a crime to be concealed, but for a verdict to be delivered. And I was once again the man in the middle, holding the scales. I left the penitentiary with the taste of metal and disinfectant in my mouth. The sky over Ethelberg was the same bruised gray I remembered. I walked for a long time through streets that felt both familiar and alien until I found myself outside my old office building. The for lease sign was still taped to the window, but the blinds were open. Inside it was empty, a hollowed-out shell. I saw the ghost of my desk, the phantom shape of my chair. It was just a room. I found a pay phone, its receiver sticky and cold. I called Detective Miller. He answered on the second ring, his voice guarded. "It's Kane," I said. "I'll talk, but not to you. I want a federal prosecutor, and I want immunity, not for her, for me." There was a long silence on the other end. Immunity for what? For knowing, for not acting, for taking the money. The words felt clean, a confession scrubbed of its poison. "I'll give you the story, I'll give you the context that makes her evidence make sense. But when it's over, I walk. No charges, no protective custody, no nothing. I become a ghost again." He agreed, of course he agreed. They needed a narrator, and I was the only one left who could read the entire book. The days that followed were a blur of sterile rooms, recording devices, and tired men in suits. I talked. I told them about the storage unit, the duffel bag, the deed, and the photograph of Bruce. I told them about the look in Elena's eyes when she fired me, the cold finality that I now had to reinterpret as part of a performance. I connected the dots between Voss's quiet threats and Jerome's convenient death, between the payoff and the exile. I gave them the subtext. I gave Elena's circumstantial case a heartbeat. Through it all, I never saw Voss. I saw his lawyers, sleek and predatory, who tried to paint me as a disgraced, fantasizing blackmailer. But the story was too coherent, too bleakly logical. The money trail Elena had uncovered, the shell companies, the encrypted communications, they were the bones. My testimony was the flesh and blood. On the day the indictment was unsealed, I was in a hotel room paid for by the U.S. Marshals. I saw his face on the television, being led from his corporate tower, his expression not of anger but of profound, icy disbelief. The king had been checked, the queen from her cell had won. I never saw Elena again. My immunity was granted. I was given a new social security number and a one-way bus ticket to anywhere. As I stood on the platform, a young, earnest prosecutor found me. He handed me a plain white envelope. "She asked that I give this to you," he said. "It's not evidence, it's personal." I waited until the bus was rolling, the city shrinking in the distance, before I opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper. It wasn't a letter. It was a charcoal sketch, smudged and hurried. It was a drawing of a mountain range, and on a porch, two indistinct figures sat in silence, watching the sunset. There was no signature. I folded the paper and put it in my pocket. I looked out at the passing fields. The mystery was over, for real this time. The corruption had been wounded, but I knew it was not dead. It was a hydra, another head would grow, but that was no longer my concern. I had played my part. I had been a pawn, a witness, and finally a ghost. The bus carried me east into a flat, open country where the sky was huge and the horizons were empty. I closed my eyes. This time I knew how to breathe. The land here was different. It was flat and vast, a sea of wheat and corn that stretched to the edge of the world. I got off the bus in a town so small it was barely a punctuation mark on the map. I took a job on a farm, driving a combine under a sky so big it felt like a different kind of ocean. The work was physical, the kind that left your muscles aching and your mind blessedly blank. At night, the silence was absolute, broken only by the wind and the distant cry of a kite. I kept the drawing. I didn't look at it often, but I knew it was there, folded neatly in the bottom of my duffel bag. It was a reminder that no story is ever just one thing. It was a lie that contained a truth, and a truth that had been built on a lie. It was a queen's sacrifice and a pawn's testimony. It was all of those things at once. Sometimes, walking the fence line at dusk, I would think of Bruce. I hoped he had found his clean nothing, that the mountains had absorbed him completely. I thought of Elena in her cell, the architect of her own prison, finally in control of nothing but her own story. And I thought of Voss, facing the cold, slow machinery of justice, a system he could not buy or break. Months turned into a year. The farm became a home. The farmer, a man of few words named Carl, offered me the old foreman's house on the property. It was small and needed paint, but it was mine. I planted a garden. I fixed the porch swing. I learned the names of the constellations that hung over the fields. One day, a letter arrived forwarded from the U.S. Marshals Service. It was from a law firm I did not recognize. My heart hammered once, a dull, fearful thud, a relic from another life. I opened it carefully. It was a formal notice. Elias Voss had died of a sudden stroke while awaiting trial. The empire was being dismantled, its assets seized and sold. The letter was a formality, closing a file. I stood on my porch, the paper in my hand, and felt nothing. No triumph, no relief, just a quiet, final click, like a door closing in a distant part of a house you no longer live in. That evening, I built a small fire in a pit out back. I took the charcoal, drawing from my duffel. I looked at the two figures on the porch one last time, their forms blurred into the landscape. Then I dropped it into the flames. It curled black, the mountains and the men turning to ash and rising into the vast, indifferent sky. I was not them. That story was over. I went inside and made dinner, the simple actions of my hands a quiet prayer of thanks for the uncomplicated life I had been given, and for the peace I had finally learned to keep. The following spring, the wheat was a green-gold carpet waving in the wind. I was repairing a section of the fence when a car, dusty from the gravel road, pulled up near the house. A woman got out. She was middle-aged, dressed in a simple, practical coat, and she had a weary kindness in her eyes that I recognized instantly. It was the same look I'd seen in the mirror after I first left the city. She walked toward me, not with the purpose of a detective or a lawyer, but with the hesitant step of someone carrying bad news. My body went still, the hammer heavy in my hand. "Liam Kane?" she asked, her voice soft. I didn't bother denying it, I just nodded. "My name is Sarah Fellan," she said. "Bruce was my brother." The world seemed to tilt. The name was a stone dropped into the still pond of my new life. I lowered the hammer and wiped my hands on my jeans. She looked out over the fields, gathering her thoughts. "I've been looking for you for a long time. After everything happened, after the news stories, I pieced it together. You were the last one who saw him, the last one who tried to help." "I didn't help him," I said, the old guilt surfacing, clean and sharp. "I used him. His tragedy was a clue in a case I was too blind to solve." She shook her head, a sad smile touching her lips. "That's not what he said. He called me, a few days before he left. He was a mess, but he was clear about one thing. He said a man had believed him. He said you were the only one who didn't treat him like he was crazy." I had no words. The memory of Bruce's desperate, paranoid eyes flashed before me, and for the first time I saw not a broken man, but a brave one. "I just wanted to thank you," Sarah said, "and to tell you that he's at peace. He's working on a ranch in New Mexico. He has a dog, a small house. He doesn't read the news. He's finally free." The relief that washed over me was so profound it felt like a physical warmth. Bruce had made it. He had found his clean nothing. Sarah left after that, refusing a cup of coffee, saying she had a long drive back. I stood by the fence until her car was just a speck of dust on the horizon. That night I sat on my porch swing and watched the stars emerge. I thought about threads, how one had pulled me back to Ethelberg, and another had just brought me news of a quiet redemption 1,000 miles away. The tapestry was larger and more intricate than I had ever imagined. The corruption was eternal, yes, but so was the quiet, stubborn resilience of the human spirit. I pushed off with my foot, setting the swing in motion, and listened to the crickets sing in the dark. The swing creaked a gentle, rhythmic sound against the quiet of the night, a simple music for a simple life. and for the first time I knew without a shadow of a doubt that it was enough. The next morning I drove the tractor out to the North 40, the engine's steady rumble of familiar comfort. The sun was warm on my back and the air smelled of damp earth and growing things. As I worked, my mind was quiet. The visit from Sarah Felon had not broken the peace I had built. It had, in a strange way, cemented it. It was a final, gentle stitch closing the last open wound. A few days later, Carl found me in the barn, mending a harness. He leaned against the stall, chewing on a piece of straw. "Got a letter for you," he said, pulling a slightly crumpled envelope from his pocket. "Came to the main house by mistake." My name was typed on the front. There was no return address, but the postmark was from a federal correctional complex. I felt a familiar, cold knot form in my stomach. Carl, sensing my shift in mood, just nodded and walked back out into the sunlight. I waited until I was alone in the loft, the afternoon light filtering through the dust motes before I opened it. It was a single paragraph, typed on a plain sheet of paper. "The narrative is complete. The final account has been settled. Your testimony was the last piece. I am no longer a queen nor a pawn. I am simply a number. There is a strange peace in that. Do not think of me. Your silence was the only honest gift you ever gave me. Keep it." It was not signed. It didn't need to be. I read it twice, then folded the paper and slipped it into my pocket. It was not a summons or a plea. It was a release. She was telling me she was done and that I was too. The story was truly over now for both of us. That evening I walked the perimeter of the property. The sky was a deep, endless blue, and the first fireflies of the season blinked in the tall grass. I reached into my pocket and felt the letter there. I didn't take it out to read again. Instead, I kept walking, my boots making a soft crunch on the gravel path. I reached the creek that marked the western edge of the land and stopped. I took the letter out, tore it into small, confetti-like pieces, and let them fall from my hand into the slow-moving water. They swirled for a moment, white against the dark current, and then were carried away, dissolving into the vast, quiet landscape. I turned and walked back toward the warm light of my small house. The past was finally where it belonged, not forgotten, but settled. And the future was nothing more and nothing less than the next sunrise over a field of green, waiting for the harvest. The harvest was the hardest work I had ever known and the most satisfying. We worked from before dawn until after dusk, the combines cutting great swathes through the golden sea. I drove one of the trucks, hauling the grain to the silos, my body tired and my mind clear. I slept a dreamless sleep each night, and when I woke, the world was simple again. One afternoon, as we were finishing up, Carl handed me an envelope. My pay. It was thicker than usual. I looked at him, a question in my eyes. "That's your share," he said, his voice gruff. "You're a partner now if you want to be. This land could use a younger back. Mine's not what it used to be." I stood there in the dust of the harvest, the envelope in my hand feeling not like money, but like a root, something digging deep into the earth. I looked out at the land, at the house I had painted, the fence I had mended. It wasn't an escape anymore. It was a home. "I want to be," I said. He nodded, a single, sharp dip of his chin, and that was that. We never spoke of it again. The paperwork was signed in town a week later, a quiet transaction at a small law office that smelled of old wood and coffee. I walked out a landowner, a man with a stake in the world. That winter the first snow fell, a silent blanket of white that hushed the entire farm. I sat by my wood stove, a book in my lap, and listened to the absolute quiet. I thought about how a life could turn, not on a single dramatic moment, but on a slow, steady accumulation of small, honest choices. A repaired fence, a planted seed, a promise kept. The past was a story I had lived through, a book I could finally close and put on a shelf. It no longer defined me. I was not the man who had fled the city or the witness who had toppled a king. I was the man who fixed the porch swing and knew how to read the weather in the clouds. The silence was no longer something to fear, but something to inhabit. It was my own, and it was finally completely enough. The book on the shelf was a history of the region, its pages dry and factual. I had bought it at the general store, not out of any great interest, but because I wanted to read about the land I now owned a piece of. The storms that shaped the bluffs, the tribes that had walked these fields, the settlers who had broken the sod with their hands. It was a story of grit and perseverance, of lives lived quietly and without fanfare. My own drama felt small and fleeting in comparison, a single sharp crack in the long, slow geology of time. Spring returned, and with it the planting. I was on the tractor when I saw a fox, its coat a flash of red against the dark, turned earth. It paused and looked at me unafraid before slipping into the tree line. I watched it go, feeling a strange kinship. We were both creatures of this place now, living by its rhythms, bound by its seasons. That night I wrote a letter. It was not to Elena or to anyone from my old life. It was to Sarah Felon. I told her about the farm, about the partnership with Carl. I told her I was glad her brother had found his peace and that I had found mine. I kept the language plain, the sentiments simple. I mailed it the next time I went into town, dropping it into the slot with a sense of finality that was pleasant, not painful. A month later, a postcard came in return. It was a picture of a desert sunset, all red rock and purple shadow. On the back, in a neat, looping script, it read, "He sends his regards. The dog's name is Gus." I smiled and tacked the postcard to the wall next to my kitchen window. It was a small, bright spot of color, a reminder that other stories were continuing peacefully elsewhere. The years have a way of folding into one another out here. One day I realized I had been on the farm longer than I had ever been in Ethelberg. The city's skyline was a hazy memory. Its sounds and smells faded into a distant dream. Carl passed one winter peacefully in his sleep. His daughter, a sharp-eyed woman who lived in Omaha, inherited his share. She offered to sell it to me, and I bought it. The farm was wholly mine. I still walk the fence lines. I still watch the sunsets. The silence is a companion I have come to know as well as I once knew the sound of my own footsteps on a rainy city pavement. It holds no secrets from me now, and I hold none from it. I am not a ghost. I am a man. The scale finally balanced, the account long since closed. The earth beneath my feet is solid, and it is real. The old farmhouse settled around me, its timbers groaning in the wind like an old man shifting in his sleep. I had replaced the roof last fall and repainted the shutters a clean, bright white. It was a good house. It held the heat in the winter and stayed cool in the summer, and its porch was a perfect place to watch the weather roll in. One afternoon, a real estate agent from the next county over came to see me. She had a client, a corporation looking to buy up farmland for a massive solar project. The offer she presented was staggering. It was more money than I would see in 10 lifetimes of harvests. It was a number that could erase every worry, that could build a fortress of comfort and security. I listened politely as she laid out the charts and projections. She talked about progress, about the future, about the nation's energy needs. She painted a picture of sleek, silent panels where my wheat now grew. When she was finished, I poured her a glass of iced tea and we sat on the porch. I told her about the soil, how my hands knew its texture better than any other. I told her about the fox that still visited the edge of the tree line and the family of hawks that nested in the old oak by the creek. I didn't say it was a sanctuary or a legacy. I simply said it was my home. She left with a respectful nod, the unsigned offer folded in her briefcase. I knew she thought I was a sentimental old fool. Maybe I was, but the land wasn't just an asset to me. It was the thing that had taught me how to be whole. That night I lay in bed and listened to the familiar sounds. The wind, the creak of the house, the distant hum of the universe. I thought of the king in his grave, the queen in her cell, the knight on his ranch. Their stories were written in stone. Mine was still being written in the soil with each passing season, one quiet, unremarkable day at a time. And that was the only fortune I had ever needed. The seasons turned again. The Solar Corporation sent 2 more letters, each offer higher than the last, and I sent them back unopened. I had made my decision. The land had given me a purpose, and I would not betray it for a fleeting comfort. I hired a young man from town to help with the heavier work, a quiet kid named Joe who reminded me of myself when I first arrived, all sharp angles and haunted eyes. I taught him how to fix the tractor and how to read the sky for rain. One evening in late autumn, Joe and I were storing the last of the equipment for the winter when he turned to me, his face serious in the fading light. "My dad says you knew some important people once, that you were in the newspapers." I felt the old world brush against me, a cold draft from a door I thought was sealed. I looked at him, at the simple curiosity in his gaze. There was no fear, no judgment. "I knew some people," I said, my voice even, "but that was a long time ago, in another life." He nodded, accepting this as he accepted everything without fuss. "Seems like a complicated life." "It was," I said. "This one is better." He smiled, a rare, easy thing. "Yeah, it is." We finished our work in a comfortable silence. After he drove off, I stayed in the barn, the smell of oil and hay thick in the air. I realized I felt no dread at the mention of my past. It was just a story now, one that belonged to someone else. The man who had been a pawn in a grand, corrupt game was gone. The man who remained was a farmer. He knew the weight of a good harvest and the sound of honest work. He knew the value of a quiet evening and a clear conscience. And as I walked back to the house, the first stars pricking the deep violet sky, I knew that this was not an escape. It was a arrival. I had finally reached the place I was always meant to be. The first snow of the season came early that year, a thick, wet blanket that clung to the fence posts and bent the branches of the pines. I spent the morning shoveling the path to the barn, the work warming my bones. Inside, the animals were quiet and content, their breath making soft clouds in the cold air. It was a deep, satisfying silence, broken only by the crunch of my boots and the distant cry of a crow. That afternoon, as I was mending a horse blanket by the stove, I found myself thinking of the charcoal drawing I had burned years ago. I could no longer recall the exact lines of our faces, the shape of the mountains behind us. The memory had faded into a general feeling, a bittersweet ache that held no power over me. It was like a scar you run your fingers over now and then, not with pain, but with a distant recognition of a wound long healed. A few days later, a package arrived. It was from Sarah Fellan. Inside, wrapped in plain brown paper, was a small, rough-edged piece of turquoise on a simple leather cord. The note was brief. "Bruce found this. He said it was for you. He passed last week in his sleep. He was at peace." I held the stone in my palm. It was cool and smooth. I thought of Bruce, of his frantic warnings and his desperate, failed attempt to be heard. He had found his quiet nothing, and it had been good. I felt a surge of gratitude, not just for his peace, but for my own. I tied the cord around my neck and tucked the stone under my shirt. It was not a burden or a reminder of the past. It was a touchstone, a small, solid weight that spoke of redemption and quiet endings. I went back to mending the blanket, my hands moving with a steady, practiced rhythm. The fire crackled in the stove. Outside, the snow began to fall again, gently, persistently, covering the world in a fresh, clean start. Story 5. The faucet in the grand downstairs guest bathroom dripped, not a frantic, desperate tapping, but a slow, measured beat. Plink. Then a space of silence just long enough to make you believe it had stopped. Plink. It was the kind of sound you could ignore for an hour, until suddenly it was the only sound in the world, the metronome of a waiting house. Clayton noticed it the moment he crossed the threshold, a tiny, faulty heart in the body of a mansion. He was a tall man, Clayton, built like a boxer gone to seed, his one sharp suits now hanging on him with a patient resignation. His eyes, the color of a winter sky, held a permanent disinterest, as if he had seen the finale of every human drama and found them all wanting. He was retired. He reminded himself of this fact several times a day, usually while pouring the first drink of the afternoon. Retirement for him was not a cessation of work, but a shift in focus. The mysteries he now pursued were the stubborn patterns in the wood grain of his desk, the elusive, perfect dilution of bourbon. His wife, Lynn, was the one who had answered the door. She stood beside him now, a small, vibrant woman with eyes that missed nothing and a smile that could be either a weapon or a welcome. She had been the one to take the call, to listen to the fractured, elegant desperation in Jenna Morrow's voice. A missing husband, a family in chaos. Please, could he come? The plumbing, Clayton said, his voice a low rumble. In a place like this, you think they have the plumbing scene too. Lynn didn't look at the bathroom door. She was looking at the grand staircase that swept up into the shadows of the second floor. It's not the plumbing that's broken, Clay. It's the people who live with it. They were shown into a sitting room that felt more like a stage set. Everything was expensive, curated, and slightly cold. Jenna Morrow sat on a divan the color of bruised violets, a woman carved from moonlight and nerve endings. She was beautiful in a way that seemed exhausting to maintain, her fragility a visible, almost audible thing, like the fine crackle of old porcelain. He has been gone for 48 hours, she said, her hands fluttering in her lap before she forced them to be still. Aiden, he is not a man who disappears. He is a man of routines, of patterns. Aiden Morrow was an inventor, not of trivial things, but of obscure, brilliant components for aerospace and medical technology. A mind that lived in the abstract, they said, a man who thought in algorithms and light. His latest project, the Aura, was whispered about in hushed, greedy tones, a clean energy source, a revolution, worth more than the house, the cars, the art on the walls. Was he worried, afraid? Clayton asked, his gaze drifting to a painting of a ship in a storm. The ship was impossibly detailed, every rope and sail rendered with obsessive care, but the sea was a chaotic, violent smear of grays and greens. He was preoccupied. He'd work for days in his studio above the garage. He'd forget to eat, but this is different. He didn't take anything, not his phone, not his wallet. It's as if he just stepped out of his life for a moment and forgot how to step back in. Their daughter, Callie, entered then. She was maybe 20, with her father's restless intelligence in her eyes and a tension in her jaw that her mother lacked. She looked at Clayton and Lynn with a frank, assessing stare. So you Ray the detectives, my mother called in the retirees. There was no malice in it, just a weary cynicism. We Ray the people who don't have to play by the rules anymore, Lynn said, her tone light and agreeable, a contrast to the sharpness in her eyes. It has its advantages. The local police, a Detective Miller with the weary posture of a man who has seen too many rich people's problems, had already been and gone. No sign of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle. Aiden Morrow had vanished from a locked house, from a life of meticulous habit. Miller had filed a report. He was not, Clayton sensed, losing any sleep over it. The studio above the garage was Clayton's first stop. It was a cathedral to a single mind. Blueprints were taped to every wall, covered in notations that looked like a strange mathematical language. On a large steel work table, a complex apparatus of wires and glass spheres hummed with a low, resonant energy, the Aura. In the center of the chaos, on a small, clear space of the table, sat a single sheet of paper, a note written in a precise, angular hand. The balance is wrong. The resonance is off. It's in the harmonics. Clayton picked it up. He folded it once, carefully, along a pre-existing crease and slipped it into his pocket. The gesture felt familiar, though he had never been in this room before. That night the Morrows threw a party. It was a fundraiser, Jenna explained, a regular obligation. Aiden's absence was a ghost in the room, a silence covered by the clinking of champagne flutes and the murmur of well-dressed lies. Clayton and Lynn moved through the crowd like sharks through warm water. They met the lovers and acquaintances. There was Julian, Aiden's business partner, a man with a smile so polished it seemed to reflect his own avarice back at him. He spoke of Aiden with a proprietary fondness that felt like a mask. The man is a genius, a true visionary. The Aura will change everything. His mind, it operates on a different frequency. There was a leaner, a gallery owner, and a friend of Jenna S., whose sympathetic touches on Jenna S' arm lingered a little too long. whose eyes were constantly calculating the social temperature of the room. And there was a young, intense composer named Leo, who seemed to be Callie's current distraction. He spoke of music as a physical architecture, of frequencies that could alter mood, even perception. Lynn, circulating with a plate of canapés, listened to it all. She stood near Julian as he assured an investor that the Aura project was, of course, perfectly on track. She stood near Alina as she whispered to another guest about poor, fragile Jenna, how the strain of being married to a genius was surely taking its toll. She stood near Leo as he explained to Callie how a specific, low-frequency vibration could make a person feel inexplicably anxious, could even disrupt their sense of balance. Later in their borrowed room, Lynn recounted it all to Clayton, who sat by the window, watching the moonlight glaze the leaves of the oak trees in the garden. The faucet in their private bathroom had begun to drip. Plink, silence, plink. "It's a nest of vipers," she said, unpinning her hair, all of them smiling, all of them lying. "Julian is terrified the project will fail without Aiden. Alina is in love with Jenna, or with the idea of saving her. And the boy Leo, he talks about sound as if it's a weapon." "The note," Clayton said, his voice quiet in the dim room, "the one from the studio. I've looked at it a dozen times. It's always folded the same way, a perfect, sharp crease." "So he was a neat man." "No, the rest of the studio is chaos. This was different. It was placed, not dropped. It was a message." The days began to take on a rhythm, a cyclical, repetitive quality, the dripping faucet, the same questions asked to the same people, yielding the same evasions. The footsteps of the maid, Mrs. Higgins, echoing in the same pattern down the hall each morning at 7:15. The smell of coffee and beeswax polish. The monotony was a blanket, smothering and warm. It lulled the mind, even as a cold, hard suspicion began to crystallize in Clayton's gut. He spent more time in the studio. He traced the lines of the blueprints, his fingers following the paths of Aiden's thoughts. The aura was not a machine, not really. It was a resonator. It was designed to capture, amplify, and focus a specific ambient energy frequency. It was about harmony, about finding a perfect, stable pitch in the noise of the world. He found the second note tucked inside a technical manual on acoustic physics. The same paper, the same ink, the same hand. It's not the source, it's the interference. A single, persistent, dissonant note. He folded it the same way, slipped it into his pocket. It joined the first, a matched set of cryptic anxieties. Lynn, meanwhile, befriended Callie. They walked in the garden among the roses that were too perfect, too uniform. He and my mother fought, Callie confessed, kicking at a loose stone on the path, not loudly. They never raised their voices. It was worse. It was this cold silence that would fill the house for days. She wanted him to sell, to take the money and just live. He couldn't tee the work was his life. "And what did you want?" Lynn asked. Callie looked at her, her young face old with a sudden, weary knowledge. "I wanted him to see me, not as an heir or a problem, just as me. But he only ever saw the work. The rest of us were just background noise." The revelation came not with a shout, but with a whisper. It was the third night. The dripping faucet in the main guest bathroom had been fixed, but Clayton could still hear it in his dreams. Plink, silence, plink. He was in the studio again, the hum of the Aura prototype, a tangible presence in the air. He was looking at the work table, at the tools laid out with a mechanic-esque precision. And then he saw it, a small, delicate tuning fork lying beside a soldering iron. He picked it up, he tapped it gently on the table's edge. It rang with a pure, high note that hung in the air for a long moment, and as it faded, he heard it. Another note, so low it was almost a feeling rather than a sound, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to come from the walls themselves. It was the same dissonance he felt in his bones, the same wrongness Aiden had written about. He didn't run, he walked, his footsteps heavy on the stairs, through the silent, sleeping house, out the back door and across the dewy grass to the garage studio. Lynn was behind him, a silent shadow. He went straight to the Aura. He didn't touch the machine. He touched the wall behind it. He ran his hands over the soundproofing panels until his fingers found a seam that was not a seam. a hidden door so perfectly integrated it was nearly invisible. He pushed, it swung open without a sound. The room behind it was small, windowless, and stark. It contained a single chair, a table with a sophisticated audio generator, and a single speaker aimed directly through the wall at the back of the Aura prototype. On the table was a logbook. Clayton opened it. Page after page documented frequencies, durations, time stamps, a systematic, relentless campaign of sonic torture. A dissonant note played for hours at a time, at a frequency designed to induce headaches, nausea, a profound sense of unease, and a disruption of the inner ear sense of balance. It was designed to drive a man who lived by precision and harmony slowly, methodically mad. And in the chair, slumped over as if in sleep, was Aiden Morrow. He was not missing. He had never left. He was pale, his skin cool to the touch. There was no visible wound, just a man broken by a sound only he could truly hear. The climax was not a chase nor a confrontation of fists. It was a gathering in the cold light of dawn in the sitting room that was no longer a stage set but a morgue. Clayton stood before them all: Jenna, Callie, Julian, Eliner, Leo, Detective Miller. His voice was flat, devoid of drama. He laid it out like a man reading a grocery list. Aiden didn't vanish. He was murdered, but not with a gun or a knife. He was murdered with a single, persistent, dissonant note. He explained the hidden room, the audio generator, the logbook. He explained how the perpetrator knew Aiden would retreat to his studio, the one place he sought silence and order, and turned it into a chamber of psychological torment. The notes he left were not about the aura. They were cries for help, a mind trying to diagnose its own destruction. The balance is wrong. His own sense of equilibrium under attack. The resonance is off. It's in the harmonics, the very sound that was killing him. He was meant to appear to be cracking under pressure, Clayton said, to have a breakdown, to make mistakes with the aura, to devalue the company, perhaps. The final entry in the log was for a frequency and duration known to cause catastrophic vestibular disruption. Vertigo. He didn't walk away. He fell. In that small, hard room, he fell and he never got up. He turned his winter sky eyes to the composer. It required a precise, artistic understanding of sound, of its physical and psychological effects. You talked about it at the party, Leo. You were so eager to explain your craft. Leo's face was a mask of arrogant defiance. He was a fraud. His aura was a parlor trick. Callie knew it. She wanted to be free of him, of his shadow. She loved me. We were going to be together. Callie was weeping, silent, broken tears. I didn't know, Leo. I didn't know you would. I just wanted him to stop. I just wanted him to see what he was doing to her, to us. Jenna Morrow made a small, wounded sound. She was looking not at her daughter's lover, but at her daughter. The fragility was gone, replaced by a terrible, clear-eyed understanding. She had been a part of the atmosphere of resentment, the cold silence that filled the house. She had provided the cover, the background noise of unhappiness against which the specific, targeted frequency could do its work. She was not innocent. None of them were. Detective Miller took Leo away. The party was over. Clayton and Lynn left the next day. They did not say goodbye. They simply walked out of the house, past the perfect roses, and got into their car. As they drove down the long, winding driveway, Clayton could still feel the ghost of the dissonant hum in his teeth. And somewhere far away from the dripping faucets and the whispering lies, a voice that is not a voice, a presence that witnessed it all, concludes this sordid little symphony. It watched the retired investigator with his tired eyes and the sharp wife who saw the cracks in the world. It watched the inventor die by degrees, not in a flash of violence, but in the slow, inexorable grind of a wrong note. It saw the family that was not a family, but a collection of competing desires, playing out their drama on a stage of money and silence. It knows that the greatest mysteries are not who or how, but why. And the why is always and only the terrible, beautiful, and damning human heart. It saw the note, always folded the same way. It heard the footsteps echoing once more down the hollow hall. It feels the story settle, not with a bang, but with the final, quiet plink of a drop of water into a waiting pool, the ripples expanding outwards into the silence forever. The car was quiet for a long time, the only sound the hum of the tires on asphalt. Lynn stared out the window at the blur of green, her fingers resting on Clayton's arm. He drove with a kind of automatic focus, his gaze fixed on the road ahead, but she knew he was not really seeing it. He was still in that small, sound-proofed room. "He was already gone when we got there," she said, her voice soft, not a question but a statement to lay between them in the quiet car. "Days before." Clayton gave a slow, single nod, the logbook. The final entry was time-stamped for the morning he was reported missing, a 12-hour cycle. He would have been disoriented, violently ill. A fall in that confined space, it wouldn't have taken much. And the daughter, Lynn said, she set the stage. She fed the resentment. She gave Leo the access and the reason. But she didn't know the method. She didn't want a ghost. She just wanted a defeated man. "Intentions are a fragile shield," Clayton rumbled. They don't stop the consequences. He turned off the main highway onto a smaller road that wound toward the coast and their own quiet, unassuming house. The Morrow's world of curated beauty and hidden rot was receding behind them, but its taste lingered, metallic and sour. It was the perfect weapon for that house, Lynn mused, almost to herself. In a place that looked so solid, to use something you couldn't see. To attack a man through his greatest gift, his sensitivity to patterns, to harmony. It wasn't just murder, it was a perversion. Clayton's hand tightened on the wheel, the notes. He was trying to diagnose it until the very end. He thought the flaw was in his machine. He never thought it was a flaw in his people. They pulled into their driveway. The house was a low, weathered structure, its shingles silvered by salt air. It was silent. There were no dripping faucets here, no hum of hidden machinery, only the distant, rhythmic crash of the ocean. Inside, the air was still and smelled of old books and lemon oil. Clayton went straight to the sideboard and poured 2 fingers of bourbon. He didn't drink it immediately, just held the glass, watching the light play through the amber liquid. Lynn came up behind him, resting her cheek against his back. "It has done, Clay," she whispered. He took a sip, the familiar burn a grounding sensation. "Is it?" He turned to face her. "We pulled back the curtain. We showed them the monster, but the house is still standing. The money is still there. The mother and the daughter are left in those empty rooms with what they've done to each other. That doesn't feel like an ending. It feels like a different kind of poison, working slower." Lynn took his glass from his hand and took a small sip herself. "We can cure the poison, my love. We can only point to the wound." He knew she was right. His job, his retired, self-appointed job, was to find the truth, not to administer the justice that followed. The truth was a cold, hard stone. You could hand it to people, but you couldn't make them build something with it. Sometimes they just used it to weigh themselves down. Later, as dusk began to settle, Clayton walked out onto the porch. The ocean was a vast, gray expanse, its noise a natural, cleansing roar after the insidious hum of the Morrow house. He thought of Aidan Morrow, a man who sought a perfect, stable frequency, destroyed by a single, persistent wrong note. He thought of the terrible intimacy of it, to be undone by something no one else could hear. Inside, Lynn was on the phone, her voice low and steady. She was talking to the lawyer, the one who handled their few remaining professional contacts, making it clear that the Morrow account was closed permanently. There would be no follow-up, no further consultation. The file, such as it was shut. Clayton listened to the cadence of her voice, a sound he knew as well as his own heartbeat. It was a constant, a harmony he had built his life around. In a world full of dissonance, it was the one note he knew was true. He closed his eyes, letting the real, honest noise of the world wash over him, and for the first time in days, the ghost of that other, terrible sound finally began to fade. The bourbon was gone, but the glass was still cool in his hand. The investigation was a closed book, but the story, he knew, would continue in the minds of those they had left behind. It would mutate in the silence of that grand house, becoming a new family legend of betrayal and ruin. He could almost hear it, the soft, shifting narrative settling over the furniture, a new kind of dust. Lynn joined him on the porch, handing him a fresh glass of water. She leaned against the railing, facing him. "You're still there," she said. "Part of me is," he admitted. "It's the part that always stays. It walks down those halls forever." "We did the job," she said. "We found the truth. It was uglier than most, but it was the truth. That has to be enough." He looked at her, at the fine lines around her eyes that spoke of 1,000 shared silences, 1,000 understood glances. "It is enough," he said, and he meant it, "because I come home to you." The next morning the sun was bright and the air was clean. The mail brought a single, thick envelope with no return address. Inside was a check drawn on the Morrow family account and a brief, typed note on heavy, expensive paper. It was from Jenna Morrow. It thanked them for their services and requested their discretion. The amount was obscenely large, a number meant to silence, to absolve, to create distance. It was hush money, dressed in the finery of a fee. Lynn picked up the check between two fingers, as if it were something slightly unclean. "She thinks this balances the scales." "Let her," Clayton said, taking it from her. He walked to the small fireplace, struck a match, and held the flame to the corner of the check. They watched it curl and blacken, the numbers vanishing into ash. "Our scales are our own." The act was simple, final. It severed the last, tenuous connection. The Morrow case was not just closed, it was incinerated. A week passed, the rhythm of their own lives reasserted itself, the walks on the beach, the quiet meals, the deep, unspoken peace of their partnership. The memory of the dissonant hum receded, becoming a story they would rarely, if ever, speak of again. It joined the other ghosts in the quiet corners of their minds. But one evening, as Clayton was shelving a book, a small, folded square of paper fell from its pages. It was the first note from Aiden's studio. "The balance is wrong." He had forgotten it was there, tucked away for safekeeping. He unfolded it, the precise, angular letters, a stark reminder of a mind trying to solve its own murder. He didn't burn this one. He carried it to his old roll-top desk, opened a drawer filled with other such fragments, a map from a case in Seattle, a train ticket from Chicago, a dried flower from a garden in New Orleans. These were his souvenirs, not of victories, but of truths uncovered. He placed Aiden Morrow's final, desperate diagnosis among them. It was not a ghost to be feared, but a piece of evidence filed away. The drawer closed with a soft, final thud. That night he slept deeply, and he did not dream of wrong notes or dripping faucets. He dreamed only of the ocean, a vast, roaring harmony that had been playing for millennia and would continue long after he was gone, a sound too big and too true to be corrupted by any one man's sorrow. The following afternoon, a storm rolled in from the sea. They watched it from the porch, the sky turning a bruised purple, the wind whipping the tall grass into a frenzy. The power flickered once, then died, plunging the house into a deep, gray quiet. Lynn lit a few kerosene lamps, their warm, dancing light pushing back the gloom. In the sudden absence of the refrigerator's hum and the faint electronic buzz that always underpinned modern life, the silence felt different. It was not the oppressive, waiting silence of the Morrow house. This was a natural silence, filled with the honest sounds of the storm, the rain lashing the windows, the groan of the old house timbers, the distant, booming surf. Clayton sat in his armchair, a book open but unread on his lap. He was listening. He realized he had been braced for a different kind of quiet, for the ghost of that engineered dissonance to find him even here. But it did not come. The storm was a symphony of chaos, but it was a true one. There was no malice in its noise. Lynn brought him a cup of tea, the steam rising in the lamplight. "It's just a storm, Clay," she said, her voice soft. She had seen the subtle tension in his shoulders. "I know," he said, accepting the warm mug. "I was just checking." He took a sip. The tea was strong and familiar. The storm outside was loud and real. The lamplight cast long, shifting shadows on the walls, but they were just shadows. He looked at Lynn, her face etched in the warm, golden light, and he felt the last of the cold knot in his stomach finally begin to loosen. The case was not just closed in the world, it was closing inside of him. The true resonance of his own life, the one he had built with her, was finally drowning out the echo of that single, terrible, wrong note. The quiet of his own house was just quiet again, and for the first time in a long time it was a comfort. The rain softened to a steady patter, a rhythm that was soothing and endless. They sat for a long time in the lamplight, not speaking, listening to the world wash itself clean. Eventually Lynn rose and began to prepare a simple dinner on the gas stove. The blue flames a quiet, dependable heart in the dim kitchen. The smell of soup and bread filled the room, pushing back the damp chill. Clayton watched her move, a familiar and graceful dance in the confined space. He thought of Callie Morrow, her life now a shattered thing, and of Jenna, left alone with her wealth and her complicity. He felt no triumph, only a distant, profound sadness. They had uncovered a truth, but they had also dismantled the fragile illusions that held a world together, and what was left in the rubble was just broken people. The power returned with a sudden, silent flood of electric light. Lynn reached over and switched off the lamps, the intimate golden glow replaced by the stark, modern brightness. The spell was broken, but the peace remained. A few days later, a postcard arrived. It was a generic coastal scene, not from their beach. The message on the back was brief, written in a tight, controlled script. It has a different silence now. Thank you. It was unsigned, but they knew it was from Jenna. It was not an apology nor an excuse. It was an acknowledgement, a signal from the wreckage. Clayton propped it on the mantelpiece, where it stood between a piece of driftwood and a fossilized sea urchin. Another fragment, another story. Their life resumed its gentle, predictable course. The memory of the Morrow case began to soften at the edges, losing its sharp, painful clarity. It became another part of their shared history, a dark folktale they would sometimes reference with a look or a single word. The tuning fork, one of them might say, and the other would understand completely. One evening, months later, Clayton was listening to an old recording of a symphony on the radio. The music swelled, filled with complex, beautiful harmonies. And then, for a single heart-stopping second, a violinist played a note that was slightly, terribly flat. It was a mistake, human and fleeting, corrected almost instantly. But in that fraction of a second, Clayton's breath caught, his hand, holding his book, stilled. He felt the ghost of that other, malicious dissonance, a cold finger on his spine. He looked across the room at Lynn. She was knitting, her head bent in concentration. She had heard it too. He saw the slight pause in the motion of her needles. Her eyes met his, and she gave him a small, reassuring smile. The music played on, the flaw absorbed and forgotten by the overwhelming beauty of the whole. The wrong note was gone, leaving only the right ones in its wake. He took a deep breath, let the music back in, and returned to his book. The story was over. The silence that followed was his own. The book, however, remained unread. He found he was no longer following the words, but simply listening to the music as it built to its final, triumphant movement. There were no more mistakes. When the last note faded, replaced by the announcer's calm voice, the quiet in the room felt earned and whole. He stood and walked to the window. The night was clear, the stars sharp pinpricks in the vast darkness. He thought of Aidan Morrow, who had tried to build a perfect world of sound, and in doing so had made himself vulnerable to the one note that was out of tune. He thought of the composer, whose artistry had been twisted into a weapon. They were both prisoners of their own gifts. Lynn came to stand beside him, her shoulder brushing his. "It never really leaves you, does it?" she said, her voice quiet in the starlit room. "The knowledge of how fragile it all is." "No," he agreed, "it doesn't, but that's what makes the quiet moments matter." He put his arm around her, pulling her close. "That's what makes the true notes so precious." They stood there for a long time, not as investigators who had solved a puzzle, but simply as two people in the dark, listening to the quiet and finding it, for now, to be enough. The case was not just a memory, it was a part of the lens through which they now viewed the world, a reminder that harmony was not a given, but a fragile, hard-won thing, and they would keep listening for it together for all the days they had left. The next morning, the memory of the flat note was a faint echo, a lesson learned rather than a wound reopened. Clayton made coffee, the rich aroma filling the sunlit kitchen. Lynn was already outside, standing at the edge of the grass where their land met the wild, rocky descent to the beach. He brought her a mug, and she took it without a word, her free hand pointing down toward the shore. A great blue heron stood motionless in the shallows, a statue of pure patience and grace. They watched as it waited, its focus absolute, and then in a strike too fast to truly see, it speared a small, silver fish. The act was clean, necessary, and utterly without malice. It was the truth of the world, written in water and light. "No wrong notes down there," Lynn said softly. "No," Clayton replied, "only the ones we bring with us." He went back inside to get the newspaper from the front step. As he bent down, his gaze swept across their own quiet street. It was then he noticed a car, a dark, nondescript sedan, parked too far down the road to be a neighbor-esque visitor. The windows were tinted, and he could not see inside. A man who had spent a lifetime noticing the subtle disruptions in a pattern felt a familiar, cold prickle at the base of his neck. It was probably nothing, a surveyor, a lost tourist. But the feeling lingered, the way the hum had lingered in his teeth. He did not mention it to Lynn. He folded the paper under his arm and walked back inside, the image of the heron-esque perfect, decisive strike overlaying the image of the silent car. Another story was waiting, he knew. They always were. It was just a matter of time before it found its way to their door. For now he would drink his coffee and watch the ocean and listen for the true notes, storing them up for the dissonance that was surely someday coming again. He closed the door behind him, the solid wood a firm barrier against the outside world. Lynn was rinsing the coffee mugs, her back to him. He considered telling her about the car, but he let the moment pass. The sun was warm on the floorboards, and the heron was now a distant, soaring shape over the water. Some suspicions were best kept to oneself, at least until they grew teeth. The day unfolded with its usual rhythm, but Clayton moved through it with a fraction of his attention turned outward, his senses tuned to the perimeter of their lives. He found excuses to walk to the mailbox, to check the weather vane on the shed, each time letting his eyes casually scan the road. The car was gone. He told himself he was being an old fool, spooked by a case that had gotten under his skin more than most. But that evening, as he took out the trash, he saw it again. Or one just like it, parked in a different spot, further down the lane, but with the same patient, observant quality. This time, as he stood in the gathering dusk, the driver's side door opened and a man got out. He was tall, wearing a dark coat, and he didn't approach. He simply leaned against the car, a silhouette against the sunset, and lit a cigarette. The small, glowing ember was a deliberate signal. I am here. I am waiting. Clayton went back inside, his heart a slow, heavy drum. Lynn was reading in her chair. She looked up, and her eyes immediately went to his hands, checking for the slight tremor that sometimes appeared when a new current of danger entered their lives. His hands were still. "There's a man outside," he said, his voice low and even. Lynn closed her book, marking her place with a finger. The same one. "I believe so," making his presence known now. "What does he want?" "I suppose I'll have to go and ask him." He went to the hall closet and took out his coat. He didn't get a gun. That part of his life, the part with overt weapons, was long past. His only tools now were his mind and his wife. Lynn was already putting on her own jacket. They didn't need to discuss it. They walked out together into the cool evening air. The man saw them coming and straightened up, dropping the cigarette and grinding it under his heel. He didn't look like a threat. He had a tired, competent face, the face of a man who carried other people's secrets for a living. "Mr. Clayton," the man said as they approached. His voice was neutral, devoid of apology or aggression. "My name is Miller. I've been asked to give you this." He held out a plain, white envelope. Clayton took it. It was heavy, not with paper, but with something else. A key, perhaps. He didn't open it. Asked by whom? The party wishes to remain anonymous. They said you would understand the need for discretion. They also said you are the only one who can hear what's wrong. Miller gave a curt nod, then got back into his car. The engine started with a quiet purr, and he drove away, the taillights disappearing into the twilight. Clayton stood holding the envelope, the weight of it solid in his hand. Lynn moved closer, her presence a steadying force beside him. "Another wrong note," she said quietly. He looked from the envelope in his hand to the dark, empty road, and then back toward the warm, lit windows of their house. The quiet was over. He could feel it, the faint, insistent hum of a new story beginning, a new dissonance waiting to be heard. He slipped the envelope into his pocket. "Let us go inside," he said. The envelope lay on the kitchen table between them, an unopened question. The weight was indeed a key, a single, old-fashioned brass key, and a small, sleek digital audio player. No note, no explanation, just the tools of a new mystery. Lynn picked up the player, turning it over in her hands. "Do we listen?" Clayton stared at the key. It was cold and solid, a promise of a locked place. "We don't have to," he said. "We could throw it all in the ocean. We have that right." "We do," Lynn agreed. She placed the player back on the table. "But we won't." He knew she was right. The curiosity was a low burn in his blood, a familiar and unwelcome heat. It was the part of him that could never fully come home, the part that was always listening. He picked up the audio player and pressed the play button. At first, there was only the faint hiss of a high-quality recording. Then a sound emerged. It was music, a simple, melancholic piano piece, beautifully played. It was familiar, though he couldn't place it. He listened, his investigator's ear straining for the flaw, the crack in the perfection, but there was none. The piece played through to its end, the final note hanging in the quiet kitchen before fading into the soft hiss once more. Lynn looked puzzled. "It's just music." Clayton rewound it and played it again. He closed his eyes, focusing. It was a Chopin nocturne, he thought. The performance was flawless, the emotion genuine. There was no engineered dissonance, no hidden message he could detect. It was simply a beautiful, sad piece of music. He let it play a third time, and that was when he heard it. It wasn't in the music itself. It was underneath. A breath, a soft, shuddering inhalation that occurred just after the third movement, a human sound of such profound sorrow that it made the hair on his arms stand up. It was a sob perfectly masked by the swell of the piano, but unmistakable once heard. It was the sound of a heart breaking in real time, recorded alongside the music. He stopped the player. The room was silent again, but now it was filled with the echo of that hidden grief. "The key," Lynn whispered. "It must open the place where that was recorded." Clayton looked at the brass key in his hand. It was no longer just a key. It was an invitation to witness a private agony. He thought of the car, the man named Miller, the anonymous party who believed he was the only one who could hear what was wrong. They were right. He had heard it. The wrong note wasn't in the music. It was in the soul of the person playing it. He placed the key and the player back into the envelope. "It can wait until morning," he said, his voice tired. But they both knew it wouldn't. The new story had already begun its insistent hum, a quiet, sorrowful counterpoint to the rhythm of their lives, and it would not be ignored. The morning brought no clarity, only a low, gray sky that matched the weight in Clayton's chest. Over breakfast, they avoided the subject of the envelope, but its presence on the counter was a third person in the room. Finally, Lynn pushed her plate away. "We can just sit here," she said. "That key belongs to a lock. We need to find it." The key was unmarked, offering no clues. The audio player held only the one file. Their only lead was the music itself. Clayton spent the morning in his small study, surrounded by his old reference books on composition and sound. He identified the piece definitively as Chopin's Nocturne in C-sharp minor, op. post. He listened to a dozen different recordings, but none contained that hidden, heartbreaking breath. This was a unique performance. It was Lynn who thought of the local music college in the city an hour-'s drive away. She made a few calls, her voice bright and inquisitive, posing as a researcher. When she hung up, her expression was grim. "There's a story there," she said. "A prodigy named Alara Voss. She was a star student destined for greatness. Then about 6 months ago, she simply vanished, withdrew from everything. The rumor is she had a breakdown. Her final recital piece was that nocturne." The name meant nothing to Clayton, but the pattern was chillingly familiar. A life derailed by a single, unseen fracture. The key, he felt certain, would open a door somewhere in Alara Voss's world. The drive to the city was quiet. The key rested in Clayton's pocket, a cold, persistent worry. They found the address associated with Alara's student records, an old brownstone apartment building. The lock on the main door was a standard one, but the key in his pocket did not fit. They stood on the steps, a sudden rain beginning to fall, feeling the futility of the search. "Try the practice rooms," Lynn suggested, "at the college." If that recording was made somewhere she felt safe, somewhere private. The practice wing of the music college was a labyrinth of silent, windowless doors. They moved through the hollow, echoing halls, the faint scent of rosin and old wood hanging in the air. They tried key after key in the simple, brass locks, each failure a small defeat. Then at the very end of a long, dim corridor, Clayton slid the key into the lock of room 3B. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click. The room was tiny and soundproofed, dominated by a grand piano. It was impeccably clean, but held a feeling of profound abandonment. On the piano's music stand was a single, handwritten sheet of the nocturne. In the margins, next to the third movement, someone had drawn a small, precise circle in red ink, the exact spot where the sob had escaped. Clayton ran a finger over the circled notes. This was the ground zero of a personal catastrophe, but what had caused it? And why were they, of all people, being led here now? He looked at Lynn and saw the same questions in her eyes. The anonymous sender hadn't just given them a puzzle. They had given them a wound, and they were now standing inside of it, waiting for it to speak. He opened the piano bench. Inside, instead of sheet music, they found a stack of composition notebooks. Lynn lifted one out, its cover blank. She opened it. The pages were filled not with musical notation, but with dense, frantic writing, a diary of sound. The entries were obsessive, detailing attempts to capture a perfect tone, a resonance that existed only in Alara's mind. The later pages became more disjointed, filled with sketches of waveforms and references to a shadow note that she could hear but not reproduce, a frequency of pure despair that was haunting her. "The Morrow case," Lynn said softly, her voice hushed in the small room. "It's not the same, but it's a cousin to it, another mind broken by a sound." Clayton nodded, a cold understanding settling over him. Alara Voss hadn't just had a breakdown. She had been pursuing an auditory phantom, a perfection that didn't exist outside of her own torment. The sob on the recording was the sound of her finally confronting that ghost, but the question remained, who had recorded it, and why lead them here now? As if in answer, the door to the practice room swung open silently. A woman stood there, gaunt and pale, her eyes burning with a fierce, fragile light. She was older than the student photo Lynn had described, aged by a private grief. "You're the listeners," she said, her voice a raw whisper. "He said you would come. He said you would understand about the wrong notes." Clayton didn't move. "Who are you?" "My name is Isabel Voss. Alara was my sister." She stepped into the room, her gaze fixed on the piano. "She didn't vanish. She's in a facility, catatonic. The doctors can't reach her, but I know what happened. She heard something in this room, something in her own playing. It broke her." She looked from Clayton to Lynn, her expression pleading. "The man who brought you the key. He works for the sound engineer who installed the acoustic panels in this wing. He found the recording device by accident during a maintenance check. It was hidden. He didn't know what to do. Then he read about you, about the Morrow case. He thought you were the only ones who might believe me." Lynn moved forward slowly. "Believe what, Isabel?" Isabel's composure cracked. A single tear traced a path down her cheek. That she wasn't crazy, that there is something wrong with this room. She hugged herself, shivering. "I've felt it too, a pressure, a hum you feel in your teeth. It's faint, but it's here, it's in the walls." Clayton closed his eyes, letting his senses expand beyond the woman's distress, beyond the memory of the recorded sob. He filtered out the hum of the fluorescent lights, the distant sound of a trumpet from another room. He listened to the silence of the soundproofed chamber itself, and there, buried deep beneath the threshold of normal hearing, he felt it. Not a sound, but a vibration, a pervasive, ultra-low frequency thrum that seemed to emanate from the very structure of the building. He opened his eyes and met Lynn's horrified gaze. She felt it too. It wasn't a note played on a piano. It was a flaw in the foundation, a dissonance built into the bones of the place, a silent structural wrongness that had driven a gifted musician into madness. Their new case had not begun with a sound, but with the architecture of silence itself, and it was far from over. He walked to the wall, placing his palm flat against the cool, textured surface. The vibration was a subtle, insistent tremor, like a distant engine that never shut off. "It's the building," he said, "or something in it." Isabel nodded, a frantic hope in her eyes. The maintenance man, he said it could be the HVAC system or a fault in the foundation, but he said the readings were strange. He couldn't explain it. Lynn was already thinking ahead. "We need those readings, and we need the building's original blueprints. If this is a structural resonance, it has a source." They left the practice room, the key to its mystery now useless in the face of this larger, more insidious problem. Isabel led them to a small office where a nervous man in coveralls waited. He introduced himself as Ben, the sound engineer, and handed Clayton a tablet displaying graphs of frequency analysis. There was a persistent, powerful spike in the infrasound range, a frequency too low for human ears to register, but known to cause feelings of unease, dread, and even visions. "It's strongest in that wing," Ben said, his voice hushed. "I've never seen anything like it. It's not on any schematic." The blueprints procured from the college's archives revealed nothing. The practice wing was a later addition, built over an old boiler room that was now sealed off. The access point was in a basement utility closet, long forgotten. It took them an hour to clear the closet of cleaning supplies and pry open the rusted hatch in the floor. A ladder descended into absolute blackness, and from the depths, the faint, subaudible hum seemed to intensify, a physical pressure in their chests. Clayton went down first, his flashlight beam cutting a shaky path through the dust-choked air. The old boiler room was a tomb of dead machinery and crumbling brick, and there in the center was the source. Not a machine, but a geological anomaly. A deep, narrow fissure in the concrete floor from which a powerful natural draft emerged, channeled through a forgotten vent shaft that ran directly up into the foundations of the practice wing. The wind, forced through this ancient, man-made flute, was creating a permanent, inaudible note of despair. It was a coincidence of terrible design, a natural harmonic flaw that the builders had inadvertently amplified. It wasn't malice, but negligence. A wrong note sung by the earth itself, and Alara Voss, with her preternatural sensitivity, had been its primary victim. Back in the sunlight, they explained it to Isabel. The relief on her face was tempered by a profound sadness. Her sister's torment had a cause, but it didn't bring her back. The college would have to address the flaw, a costly and complex undertaking. On the drive home, the silence in the car was different. It was no longer a fragile thing they protected, but a substance they had fought for and defended. They had quieted a ghost that wasn't a ghost, a sound that wasn't a sound. "Another one found," Lynn said, staring out at the passing landscape. "Another note corrected." Clayton reached over and took her hand. Their house came into view, standing solid and quiet against the sky. The case was closed, but the work of listening was never truly done. It was their practice, their discipline. And for now, the only notes on the wind were the true ones, the sound of the world as it was meant to be heard, the quiet of the house felt earned this time. Clayton put the kettle on while Lynn called the college administrator, her voice firm and clear as she outlined the geological report they would need, the necessary repairs. It was a clean end, a problem with a solution. Yet, as he poured the hot water, Clayton felt a lingering disquiet, a faint resonance from the case that refused to fade. It wasn't about Alara Voss or the strange, natural flaw they had uncovered. It was about the method, the anonymous delivery, the man named Miller. Someone had known about the problem, had recorded the evidence of its human toll, and had specifically chosen him to intervene. It felt less like a plea for help and more like a test or an audition. Lynn hung up the phone and joined him at the table. They're taking it seriously. They're bringing in a geological survey team next week. She studied his face. But that's not what's bothering you, is it? He found us, Lynn, Clayton said quietly. Miller, or whoever he works for, they knew about Morrow. They knew what I listened for. They didn't just find a problem, they curated it for us. The unspoken question hung between them. Who else was listening? Their life was built on the principle of being the quiet ones, the ones who heard the hidden cracks in the world. The idea that someone might be observing them, gauging their abilities, was a violation of that sacred space. 2 days later, the answer arrived, not with a dramatic envelope, but with a plain, legal-sized document delivered by a standard courier. It was a deed. The property listed was a small, isolated parcel of land in the high desert, a place they had never heard of. The owner was listed as a trust, its name deliberately opaque. Stamped across the top in red ink were the words, "In gratitude for services rendered." There was no return address, no covering letter, just the deed, a payment, a retainer. Lynn picked up the document, her fingers tracing the raised seal of the county recorder. "They're not just sending us cases," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "They're building us an archive, a library of wrong notes." Clayton looked out the window at their peaceful, familiar yard. The quiet was still there, but it was different now. It was no longer empty. It was watchful. Someone had heard their silence and recognized it as a skill. The next envelope, the next key, the next recording was not a matter of if, but when. Their practice had just become a profession, and the audience, it seemed, was waiting.